there's an understanding that's like, well, that's just come recently, and it just was on my mind right now because before, uh, any time before testing, looking at it as an evil, negative thing, which is from the enemy, reversing the Creator's way, taking that and just 180, doing the 180 thing with the heart, not as a taking the Creator's truth doctrine and just inverting it, the heart. And it just hit me clear just now, uh, that it's important to know about the the other thing, the good testing. It exists, but it has to be, no one carnal can actually do it. We have to receive the knowledge, understanding from him on what the good way is, because the carnal man's always hating everything that's true and good. And then how to do it, and how the good testing applies. But it's a very fine line to say this in this world, because it's so easy to do it. People will naturally, but this is something just that an understanding that has come recently to me, something clearer about it, because there's scriptures that sort of bothered me, because the apostle says he was testing them, and you could find this elsewhere. And then it hit me that the Father tests his people. It's not, there is a way to do this without sinning, is what I'm saying, and it's important to know. Because he tests his people, and it's not a sin to test. Otherwise, what would someone say? The Father's sinning, doing evil by testing? So we always have a very quick, simple question he gives us to something that's being attacked, or something that's, someone maybe not loving what they're hearing at all, and they're attacking it. Then you ask the question real quick: does the Creator himself sin? Testing. And this is how someone's confounded, because what are they going to do? And I'm not saying it's all about this. There's just a right way of proving all things by asking the question back so often, because they'll know the scripture that plainly says it. Or if they say that it doesn't exist, you can give it quickly. They can read it, and even a natural man can understand, okay, yeah, he tests the people. How do you deny this? It says so plainly over and over, a lot of places. And if they say that's a sin, it's exposing self as calling the Father a sinner. It's too obvious, isn't it? So he's testing his people all the time, so he's sinning all the time. Well, they can't say that. This is where it's like, I wish I never would see this over and over again. When it happens like this with any other truth, there's nowhere else to go in the mind and heart. So what happens is, anger inside, hatred, but they'll want to run, and they're not loving what they're hearing. They're wanting it to go away in the mind and the heart, like torment, whatever it is. And I'm just using testing right now, but any other truth. And when someone wants something so bad, what he's taught me with his judgments, a part of how he works it out, is what someone wants so badly, it's a punishment to get it. That's the scary thing. And that's part of how he confounds the wise in their own, trapped in their own deceit. They didn't trap or trick anyone. That's false. They got trapped and tricked because they're trying to do it. The Father puts them into it, and then they will run away. Like that's all I have ever seen anybody that doesn't know him. I wish they wouldn't, but I know it exists, and it has to be this way. It's difficult. It's a difficult way, narrow way. Attacked, running away. Got good news, just loving his truth. And then this is what happens so often, most of the time, because there's not many believers. It's not going to be, so many people came to love his word and they're with you now. Oh no, just a few. Um, so there was something, and he's done this through me for a long enough time that I trust him now. That if I don't know, the best thing I could do is say I don't know and wait for it, and then it's just given whenever he does. So there's something I wasn't knowing about this testing. You know, it's contradicting something in my mind because we read, "You shall not test the Father," Messiah said. But this is the enemy doing this. That's the evil way. So is the apostle lying? Is other scriptures? Is the Father sinning while he tests people? Because we're told we can't, we shouldn't test him evilly like that. It's two different things, the good and the evil. It comes back to the two things. And so then he has to give us the understanding of what the good way is, to perceive it, to even know what it is, and then to be able to do it whenever the time is to do it is more understanding than just receiving some kind of knowledge from him. Then he proves it by doing, working it out. And then like that's the fuller understanding, is doing something finally and becoming a reality instead of just the teaching at first. Proving all things. We're told to even do that. Prove and test. This is the evil kind of testing the world does. It wants to put sin on someone. It wants specifically to his people always. But, you know, they will do this to each other so that it can point the finger and condemn it as evil. Wanting truth to disappear is the intention for doing that. Because if they point and throw you down and kill you like that, they can, in their mind, kill whatever was given they're not wanting to hear, kill the truth. But this good testing, I mean, it's a fine line always between doing the right way and the wrong way, is just being aware and make, you know, at the proper time, whenever it would be. There is no like, okay, today I'm going to test people. That's all I'm doing. It's just that when there's a time and place for it, and we need to know what it is, what to do. And this testing is only for good intentions, being careful to actually follow his word, prove and test all things. Then they have to do this testing to prove and test all things with the right intention, which is to see if someone is an enemy or not, to see if what are their works. And that's it. They don't hope they're evil. We can't be doing that. They don't hope they're an enemy. They don't put sin on them for real, and don't want to put sin and trash them and expose their nakedness, only with the pure intention of seeing whether they're a believer or not. You know, how someone does this at the time, you know, I don't know exactly. It's different situations, different details, but only being very careful, because if it's an enemy, they want to destroy you already. It's already over. And so it's important to know who's an enemy and not, because of being tricked and deceived by getting close and becoming one with such and such thing. It starts taking you down without following the commanders of punishment always, or anything that's not being done right will receive these judgments coming in like that. But for those that have no clue yet, he's not judging according to them needing to know right now. If they don't truly know, they need to learn it soon or later. He's not judging as if they should be doing that yet, because he's not an unrighteous judge. 7-year-old testing for 7-year-olds, doing right according to what they know right now and not what they don't know, you know. And that's how he keeps growing us, like bit by bit. Now you know, okay, now it's a sin for you to do the evil thing. After he shows us, we know something. And then the mistake comes, beast comes out, he cuts off the hand, it hurts, and then process repeating. The only way he gets to cut off the old man is through the mistakes, actually. I'm not seeing anything else, so it's an interesting, perfect plan. that all of creation is somehow going to go through the same thing, but through all this without partiality, he can still show his rewards and judgments and everything. And it's deeper than what I see now because it came to me deeper just today, but I wouldn't say much different words, but I'm seeing something different, deeper. It's a very beyond thoughtfully careful, planned out thing with everything. It's like too perfect. It's scary perfect. That's all I'm saying. But the good testing, that it exists. That's all. It exists, and there is a right way. So it could be a judgment that's not right without knowing this, but then the time comes to know and say, oh, I didn't do that right because I judged such and such thing wrong, looks like, because I didn't know about this or that. This is one of the things. But if someone is trying to do something, anything, with the intention to kill, steal, and destroy spiritually, that could look like all kinds of evil works and sin. That is a false testing. That's the evil testing, hoping for destruction, trying to prove it, wanting it to be true. What is that anyways? Everyone's carnal first. See, whatever is a lie is very stupid too. They're acting as if they're not that, or that they're not coming out of it's acting as if it never was that first forever, until we start coming out. See, so it's very dumb too to try to put mud on someone so they can say what? You're not perfect, huh? Well, are they acting as if they are though? As if they've never done anything like what they're accusing for anybody. The heart is believing it should be perfect, and that's it, because the judgment people do, attacking good and truth that's coming from him, or any believer attacking them, they're putting it on them as if they were supposed to be literally perfect from being born until now. And if not, throwing it down. Yet doesn't it realize it condemns itself by even doing that? Wanting evil is always to contradict and condemn self also as a hypocrite. Yeah, there's a lot of things to overcome. Yeah, my goodness, a lot to overcome. This world's not overcoming sin right now. No one that doesn't know him is overcoming sin. So the testing is like, well, that the Father does. It's the pressure testing will prove, will separate, will divide things. But in our case, in his people's case, to bring something out in us, so that it could be destroyed and test it, prove it. Oh, you say you don't have some beast in you, huh? And then it rises because he put pressure on it to test it, to prove that it's still there, that still needs cutting off, something here, something there. And then you won't have to agree with him because we can't ever be wrong. I mean, he can't ever be wrong. Well, maybe hoping or something sometimes. Oh, no, that ain't true. That ain't true. And then he proves it, that it's true. Instead of being destroyed and not having life and just being in a destruction, paying for, sins forgiven, but now it's like, oh, does that mean you don't get judged now for any evil you do and evil you have done, forgiven? But then if we do some kind of evil, it needs to be judged right now so that it can be destroyed. And it's like a punishment almost, and it's like going through the judgment first. That's what it is. It's going through the fire first for the purpose of consuming the old man bit by bit. And when this happens more and more, you lose people more and more until you don't have anyone left. Because what they loved was the carnal man attached to darkness. When you start disappearing and dying, it's gone. They're loving death. It's amazing. It never loved you, carnal, or me. But when that starts disappearing and dying, They aren't what you're not what they perceived as. Something's happening they're not understanding. They hate the new man. They hate the Father that they're seeing now in any of his people, Messiah and his people. They like that old you connected to evil like they are still. That means they love death because the old man needs to die, and that's what they're, you know, miss you, man. Looks like I'm gonna have to go away from you if you don't stop soon, buddy. See, and that's what I read in scripture. They do love death. That's the scary thing. Everyone that doesn't know him. That's the reality. We don't talk about what people say and what it looks like on the outside anymore. I'm not. His word teaches it constantly. Carnal man, the mankind without him loves death, seeks it for destruction. That's the reality. It doesn't understand or know. It's never going to admit or agree to it, the enemies, darkness. But it's true nevertheless. Who cares what they say? The Father's always right. And it's pigs going on to destruction, man. It's like driven to it. Oh, you save your soul. You don't want that wolf, that old man to die. Well, you're going off the cliff anyways. Pretty stupid. So it's like showing the power and who the Father is. It's a free will because of seeing these spiritual things is utterly stupid. There's no reality to it. It's a lie, period. Choices, they have to say that if you can make a choice, it's free will. You're doing all these carnal things to protect tradition and doctrines, not talking about what they're talking about ever. That's why it's like there's no fellowship with someone that's carnal and ends up being in it, because everything they say is like just lying 24/7, protecting lies. I've seen it too much. I've seen it in families, seen it, seeing it everywhere. It's always assuming you're as blind as it's blind, so it can't believe that the heart is being detected on what it's really saying and doing. It's confusing. It's confusion. So, experiences being hated without a cause. They're trying to think naturally constantly to explain your situation and say that's what must be true. Oh yeah, that's what's true. We're not talking about what they're doing. Their intention's to bury truth always and hate it. That's the only reason someone is doing that. And we're not even talking about that. So it's like he's showing me there's no fellowship at all. It's not just words anymore like it used to be, mostly. It's a reality. It's the works. It's the truth. It's reality. There literally isn't any, because they're going to come after you and try to kill you. Trying to become one with that is evil and stupid. So being set apart is not a sin. Father set apart. But to carnal man, it's sin. Everything that's from the heart, true, from above, is sin to it. Not knowing is a sin when it's not. It's not a sin to not know, because that's part of learning and growing. Would they like to say Messiah was a full-blown sinner because he was learning and growing, being raised up by the Father? He learned through suffering. This is all that's being experienced is suffering for his people. Oh, Messiah did it, but now everyone after him has to live the exact opposite life. Well, it's what they believe in the heart. It's what they imply with their doctrine. And when they attack the real truth, it's obvious giveaway that that's what they want to be true and already believe. But they won't say those words because that would expose their religion, their cover, their money making, whatever's going on. I mean, it's a constant lie, man. A wolf doesn't do the works of the sheep at any point in its life. It's a wolf. It can't actually be a sheep. So when it's wearing sheepskin, it's lying every second it breathes. I'm seeing this. It's enormous sin all the time, constantly. I'm like in disbelief. That's why they think it's crazy when we start really hearing, and learning and growing some serious, more mature, deeper things. It's an abomination to this world. No one could be that deceived, sinning every second without realizing it. Yeah, but if I agreed or someone else agreed with the world, anyone that knows him, we're in trouble. It's not too bad that that's what they say and don't agree with the Father. They don't know him. So then to test, there is a right way that needs to be perceived by the Father, to be given, to know what it means, and that there's a right way of doing it. Because we're looking for the works of the heart. That's what proves who someone is, carnal or spiritual, of the Father or not. The works. And that's connected through the testing. Obedience. Is it doing the same works as a wolf, trying to steal, kill, and destroy you? Well, the testing proved it's an enemy, see? Or the testing might prove it's not an enemy, but at no point wanting something to be true for evil, wanting to throw mud at it, which is sin already. Throwing mud at someone's face is a sin, but that doesn't count for sin to the carnal. It throws the mud at the face and then says, "Ha, sinner." And throwing the mud doesn't count. They did that first. It's amazing. So it's artificial. They built up and constructed a foundation of sin and put it on someone when there was no reality for it. If we, done what's right and true. They want it to be true. See, that's desperately wicked. Wanting someone to be evil and in destruction, proving that they're wicked, that's desperately wicked. That's not loving the other person, loving your neighbor as self. Oh, that's way deeper, but the world just says the words, has no clue what it means. I don't even know what I need to know. It means a year from now. That's what I mean. Whatever I do see now, I can see the world has no clue. It just speaks words. Loving neighbor as self, very simple phrase. It's reduced to something simple. Yeah, but it looks like a tree with many branches. It's not as simple as the carnal say, for the intention of destroying truth. And you don't do all these other things for real. It's not doing love your neighbor as yourself at any point. It's not loving the Father greater than all things and peoples. It's not doing all these other things, his commandments, being kept in the heart. He's got to do the works in us for the heart. Spiritual things seen. It literally, without believing, without being, dying with him, raised up to come alive, doesn't know what sin even is yet. It's true for everyone that was born before they were born. What does the church world think that his people are doing, learning and growing? They're learning and growing because they didn't know, just like everyone else. They didn't know what sin is. They didn't know what good and evil is. Too prideful to actually believe we're Adam and Eve, that we can't see the difference, and that's why they sin. Too prideful. So it's like one thing or the other. The world's way is like, oh, cute story, whatever. I mean, it's monstrously 180. It's scary 180 what we don't know. Literally, things learning, not seen at all, ever. That's not knowing, that's the definition of not knowing. No one would be learning if they knew. If they truly knew, they wouldn't learn anything. Something new. So how someone does it or in this situation or that is not for me or anyone else. That's for them to hear the shepherd and do what he says. But at some point we should be in agreement about, like-minded about whatever he's giving us, because he gives us the same things. But this world will make that look like a lie. And they accept everyone believing different things and doing all these evil works. But, opinions here, beliefs, just because the world's like that doesn't mean that there's not a few that the Father literally gives the same things. And that's what he is doing. I know it. Even not even knowing anyone around me, here in the flesh, I know it's still true. Just because there's a few, it doesn't mean it's not true. And some are grown bigger and some haven't grown as big yet. But the ones that haven't grown as big yet is not my enemies. They won't do to me the same thing my enemies do. Even if it's a small plant, the Father Spirit doesn't do the same thing that a carnal man does without him, which has nothing to do with making mistakes, and sinning and repenting and learning about it. They're not out to kill, steal, and destroy. If that's their intention, then they're not of the Father. That's what his favor is for. The devil is always to look to steal, but especially the Father and his truth and light and whatever good is. And if someone does that to light, nothing else needs proven. It doesn't matter what it does with darkness. It proves that darkness hates light. If it does that, one time monstrously, trying to destroy, that's proof it's over already. That's the proof that it hates the Father's things and good and light and good works. And so that's why we're like, these people are like a magnet. The sheep are like a magnet for the wolves to chew on. They prove all day long to his people that his word is true. And they're still asking and saying we're stupid. What God, what creator? Well, the one they don't know that proves his word is true right this minute. Pretty scary. He proves all things and tests things. Test the faith to make sure it's genuine. That's how he gets us to actually grow, is to literally not know and then have faith anyways. That's what something real is. That's real. The whip, the pruning, the chastising, the pressure, the fire makes it grow. No, none of that, no growth, dead. He proves that his people have faith and that the world doesn't. When the actual situation and real things come to them, it's not there, just an act. But for his people, they have to go through not knowing, literally not knowing, and like looking impossible. And then it just, boom, there it is. It happens when it happens, makes a way. This is reality, not just words. I'm talking about things I haven't experienced. And then again, a bigger test, more faith, more testing that faith so that it grows more. And if the world's not coming after his people, there is no testing, there's no loving the enemy and everything else that's true and good. Because they're not receiving a specific test. They're not receiving violence, murder coming this way for that very specific thing. And beyond that, attacking you for doing good works. That's the tribulation test. That's what brings it out. But with the enemies, it's just attacking people that do evil to them, and then they just do it back. And then point the finger and say, oh, I hate this guy because he does this. And another guy out there is saying the same thing about him because it's true. Every time it points a finger, it does that already. It's already been doing that constantly. See, it's an utter confusion and stupid chaos without the Father, this world. Everything it points a finger for, it's doing itself. But it always is like that. When they try to judge light and good, it only projects darkness on it, what it is already. Always with the intention to hide truth and try to destroy it. And he proves this out to his people, man, more and more. It grows, this proof. So the apostle wouldn't have wanted to see people doing evil, he comes back somewhere and look at this. What are you doing? Are you yet carnal to the many? But yeah, the testing is not a sin. The right way, the way Father does it, is genuine, to see if we keep his commandments or not. The whole world is being put under a test. That's what separates his people. And there's something I read Messiah says there about, or somewhere, maybe, I don't know where exactly, about like a test that on the world or something, like preserved from it. I'd have to read it. I'm not sure right now. Because there, with every true teaching, it has to be rightly divided from many other things, or else it will be a contradiction and dumb and stupid, and the works will be stupid. But whatever we read is true, just simply. But see, what the natural man doesn't do is go, why don't I believe these simple words? Because it has other doctrine contradicting the simple words, it runs from it. It's not understanding how all these things could all be true at the same time, not seeking the Father, not asking. That the answer is there, but it's going to look contradicting to the natural man, which is not what he wants. He wants everyone to worship him and make it simple, and anybody that reads could just believe. It's not, it's the opposite. He gives to rightly divide between two spiritual things and the other and other things. So we're not talking about this or that. That's what you would say, talking about this specific thing, but they just mix everything to throw that thing down. And now separating, going on to the next thing, these are two different things. I mean, that's everywhere in his word like that. And beyond what I see or know right now, but seeing enough proof to know that whatever I do see in the future, it will need more rightly dividing, just like already, and because it's already true. Rightly dividing between everything. That doesn't mean what the world says it means in the minds of people. It means something completely different, because the natural man's not talking about actual heart spiritual things for real. And when we read rightly divide, the Father's not talking about the natural things. That isn't the greater thing. So rightly divide is talking about the heavenly spiritual meaning for us to do, understand, and keep first as the high thing. Rightly dividing between this word over here or that word over there. These things come. The bread from heaven, we could have read that 1,000 times, and then it hits us one day when Messiah says that's not the true bread. Then what is it? Never even crossed the carnal mind what's going on anywhere, any truth. I know. It takes to know that, to be carnal first, natural first. It's obvious. It's a reality. That's what it was for me. No one was spiritual first. So I know I didn't know. Carnal man doesn't know he doesn't know, doesn't admit it. Spiritual knows he didn't know. Just like should be a given. It's not. That bread gives us life in the desert. Yeah, this world's a desert. That's why I can't find anyone. I'm not seeing anyone around me. It's only going to be agreement with his word that it's a desert out here. And that's where he tests us, in the desert. It's the teaching there. If we were to see water, it'd be like, wow, that's pretty crazy. It's amazing. A little bit of greenery. Whoa, that's rare. Because he burns all the green trees and grass, because he sends the locust to eat them all up. So that revelation is a reality for every believer that's learning and growing. It was always true already, but what they perceive is burned up stuff, and then more burned up, and then fully burned up, because they didn't know. They have to live revelation and perceive it and make it a reality. It always was burned up already. The world was never good, doing good and loving the Father and doing his works. It's always been in delusion, and Satan deceives the whole world. Well, that has to be given to truly see, doesn't it? Yes, it does. And maybe, just maybe, at the end it is burned up. But forget that. What is the prophecy speaking of? What is it for all his people to overcome and know how to keep the words of this book? Like we read, blessed is he who reads and keeps the words of this book. And not just that, of course, but just speaking of a few things in Revelation. The world is burned up and few men left. It's always been like that. Scary. But the way what a carnal person wants to believe, they find it in his word. It just sounds a little bit like that's going to happen in the distant future. And then they believe it. But it never meant that. It's for the Father to give the word meaning of any given thing in prophecy to the person believing him. Then they talk in a way that is illegal because the authorities from above on the meaning. And they read letters and say, you don't say the letters exactly like this. You must be blind and a liar. That's so how it goes. Enemies, between the spiritual and carnal. They don't love enemies. He proves it. His people need to love enemies. He'll prove it. Two things, both in enmity, both enemies, but one heart, utterly 180 from the other, because the Father's giving a heart. The other one has a stone still for a heart. So then, yeah, the enmity and thing will be there, but it's so that we overcome sin and death, testing us in this Gehenna fire. All of a sudden, it's not about our own ways and beliefs and things we want to do in this world. It's like literally giving it up, dying to it. Now, who could do that unless they believed for real? Who could actually really give up this world in their heart like that? And that's the only life they know. They can't do it, those who don't have real faith, because it requires real faith to give up this world. They don't believe anything's coming after. They can't do it. It's just not possible. They need his works, power. From such turn away who deny his power. And what I've seen consistently too is there's just nothing left. They just run. But wherever there's carnality, there's a lot of noise and a lot of words. And so it seems wherever truth is, there's not much words, there's not much noise, and they don't leave anything so often. Just drop it on the table. Yes, leaving like that, but they just go away. It's like the Father, he's proving something constantly to his people, that there's certain things they just can't do, and in my disbelief every time I see it, they just go away and don't come back. They can't say anything against the Father's truth. They've been confounded already too many times if they hear truth. They've seen real things. What are they going to do? If they do something, they'll be confounded some more, and somewhere deep inside they know it, so they run. Don't tell anyone, though. That's not what they're going to admit ever. That's what the Father does, though. It's his things. He gives this. It's because of his light and power, not the person of this himself. But nevertheless, through his people, it's happening. I'm seeing it. It's kind of nice, where there's not just a bunch of you know, noise, a lot of talking, a lot of writing, a lot of commenting. They just go away. It's clean. So often that's just what it it grows. It's like the more someone grows, the more that will be a reality. But in the beginning, maybe not so much because we're doing evil, not seeing things we need to see yet. We're speaking out of pride, like everyone else is doing still. Doctrine in our mind with false intentions. When we start doing everything more and more His way, we don't do what they actually do with works in the heart. So that starts going away. So does all the other noise start going away too, because it's being separate, setting apart. Instead of getting sucked in, they want you to get sucked in and do exactly what they do. Always watch out and be aware for it. The devil wants that. It's always going to be pressure for that. It's amazing. His power is scary, amazing. The prophecies, he's proving it. That I haven't seen anyone do different than what he's taught me. I haven't seen anyone break his word according to the understanding he's given me so far. They haven't been able to do it yet, and they won't, but he's proving it. There is no authority in the blind. They don't know what they're talking about, just like a 5-year-old hasn't grown up and put away childish things yet. They'll perceive it, and they'll hate it, and they'll run. It's the very thing we need. Anyone who doesn't have any authority from the Father given to us doesn't know Him, They'll think it prideful. How come they don't believe eternal life? It's to know Him. That's the meaning of eternal life, to know the Father and Messiah. And if someone truly knows something, they're not confused or guessing. It's authority, speaking freely of what they know. And proof for the world is numbers chasing after someone. Guess what the Father left for works and teaching to line up so that there is no prideful, partial thing or something. No one will believe it. They'll all run. And they'll use numbers as proof that everyone's running. It must be a devil, It's nasty. But they're doing that just to protect self. That's why they say things like that. He's shown me over and over. But the other people won't perceive it around them. They'll just literally hear the words and be captivated. Yeah, that prophet's doing that because he loves God. Oh no, he's saying that because he's running. He's saying that because he's getting exposed and must cover himself, must sin, must act and do a certain way that the Father teaches his people they must do if they're being exposed. There is no other way. They have to do that evil works and intention if they're in a lie. It's just utterly trapped. It's in prison, confounded. I mean, he has utterly rejected sin. There's no such thing. No one can actually sin. No one. If it's that blind and destroyed, I mean, that's utter judgment for sin. He doesn't allow it. And so if people are in continual sin, there is no reality to anything true or good. It's in a total delusion to utterly separate whatever darkness and sin is. It needs to be that. And so coming into the marvelous light out of Egypt is order, light, truth, simplicity, life, everything in perfect order here, instead of chaos and void and blackness and darkness upon the face of the deep, on the throne of the beast, the bottomless pit. They just run, man. They will do what you say they do. Oh, you're going to run. No, I won't. 2 seconds later, they run, saying that they didn't. What is that? That's some serious confusion for sure. Blinding delusion. The judgments are real, that's why. They're ever present. This world is ever lying and teaching the exact opposite. Billions of years, no creator. A fool in his heart says there's no creator, no Elohim. He gave me a little better understanding on that recently too. Wait a second. Because everything that the Father is showing me, it's not for two people. The world's making it look like, trying to so bad, that he's evil and wrong about everything and a liar, when it's the actual opposite. Something spiritual, something true about man, prophecy about man is happening to everyone everywhere, all the time, without any exceptions, every second of every day, nonstop, continually. Who's going to like it, though, when they hear it? Who believes our report when it's said that everyone that doesn't know the Father says there is no Elohim in his heart? And the works prove it. Well, that doesn't apply to 2%, 5%, 0.01% atheists that say the words. The fool in his heart says there's no Elohim. All of a sudden, boom, it's true for everyone. World's doing, never true. And if it is true, sometimes it's carnally true. Sometimes for some people, oh no, it's spiritual. It's true for everyone all the time, everywhere that doesn't know him. Because they're not understanding, they don't know who he is and the implications of that not even being true. They don't see what would happen if it wasn't true like that he would be making mistakes and contradicting, and he'd be a hypocrite. They're not seeing all those other things on why it also must be true for everyone everywhere, because then he would be wrong about a lot of people all the time, most of the time, everywhere. And the opposite is true, not wrong about even one soul. Welcome to this crazy reality. The Creator exists. All this time they didn't believe he exists. That's what believing in him really is. Inside their heart, they're going, this person actually believes. What an idiot. He's crazy. But they can't say what their heart is. Slavery. And they like it when they deceive and trick people. I've seen it. I've seen nasty things over and over again. They take it for a fool that you believe their religion secretly, because he doesn't bless anything that's a lie or a delusion or tricking people. So it's disgust. It's in disgust and puke and judgment. So it actually despises people that worships them secretly somewhere. That's in there too. Even though that's what it wants. It's very confused. It's literally that bad, where it wants it and yet it despises it secretly because of his judgments. Because they're doing evil. They can't actually love it for a real heart. Now, it takes a very fine, rightly dividing here, because it will sound like I'm contradicting if someone doesn't understand this. And I'm saying the actual reality and meaning, and there is no contradiction, but if it's not understood, it will sound like it. It'll sound like it. That's how all his word is to the blind. It's always contradicting. They'll say it doesn't, though. And his word doesn't contradict when the meaning is given compared to another meaning in his word. But on the surface, there's contradictions everywhere, and they tell the world that it doesn't contradict. It's pretty dumb. It's because they're not agreeing with or seeing the letter kills. They have to sound good. What are they going to do? Tell the whole world the Bible contradicts? They can't do that. So they're stuck in their own deceit to say there's no contradiction. They don't say that out of a heart with truth and understanding. They say that as half the saying it, because the other thing would expose them. It's that bad and tricky. It's being done everywhere with everyone that doesn't know him. That's their whole life, constantly doing something like that. That's why people run, because they haven't seen reality or truth yet. It just grips them and makes them angry, and they go away. Like, please don't go away. Don't go away and run from the Father, or else your end is destruction. You're being destroyed anyways. He who saves his soul shall be destroying it, man. He's going to get that wolf destroyed. The old man needs to die. So at the end of someone's life, they were still a wolf with the old man alive, and yet hardened and in destruction the whole time anyways. It would have been better, truly, to get a cloud over our head and have life and be destroyed than to try to save our soul and then be in flames because we didn't believe that he could cool it down and make it bearable. And because we don't believe that, he makes it a reality that it is actual tormented fire and doesn't get what it's crazy. It's amazing. They can't mock him. They can't do it. No one can. So someone in the heart, these things go on in there secretly, but probably specifically in the beginning of joining a religion or something, seeing something, because someone that believes is given a little bit, but then they bury it, and they're offended at the tribulation that's needed to go through this life. And so it buries its talent, ashamed, and gets stuck in religion, and it knows something deep inside that it did that, can never own up to it, and then it gets harder and harder from there and worse and worse. If it got scared and offended, saying to self in the heart, that's going to be hot to go his way. It's going to be fury. That's no good. I don't want that. I could find a better way and hop the fence like Messiah says everyone's doing. Try to crawl under, jump over through some other door. Because people say that in the heart, he makes the reality exactly that. It's because they say his way is fiery and impossible and hot. Their whole life is fiery, impossible, and hot. And if we, there's no blame here, but if they were to go through his narrow way, it actually would have been bearable with a cloud over them. But because of a false judgment and a lie saying it's going to be this bad, it ends up being that bad for them anyways, and they have no life and a destruction to look forward to. I'm just speaking of whatever he's given me. I know no one in the world's going to agree with that and say that's what they're doing or saying. I also know that it's not out of pride. It's out of being deceived. It's out of being punished and judged to show all these other things about him, and so he can have mercy on everyone. But nevertheless, whatever he shows someone is the truth. They're doing it anyways. It's being done. He's not a liar. If this were to be told to someone, it strikes. If it wasn't true, they wouldn't have instant cowardly fear and anger. They're reminded, they know something about it deep inside people, that they chose the wide gate, went through the wide gate, but then they want to believe that's the right way, and so he gives it to them to believe it and hardens their heart, and then they harden their hearts. Scary judgments. Someone doesn't want to believe that people are hating his people without a cause, then they won't believe it. It's going to disappear from them. They'll keep saying, shaking their head, no, violently, no, it's not true. It must be that you did evil. Because that is the truth. They can't believe the truth. But they can say those words and act like they believe it. Huge difference between the two. Hating me without a cause that we read there. Because spiritually, with clarity and truth, there was no righteous cause. They just hate darkness or light and good. See, there's no actual cause. But that's not the carnal man's definition of cause, anything spiritual. That's the problem. So it will explain and try to explain and get out of something by, thinking of its own understanding and the deceitfulness of its heart, like I read. It's not getting understanding from the Father. It's trying to explain things with its self-understanding and do away with truth with other explanations. You listen to me, says the carnal man. This is why such and such happens, and this happens here. It's being done because they don't believe in the true way. They can't believe it. They don't see it. They don't think anybody was going through it. They're being reminded of the fiery torment, and there's being proof shown to them. So they have to be reduced to saying and explain, it must be my explanation because it's definitely not truth. I hate that. I call good evil and evil good. So they're not saying that with that intention. It's said to do away with truth always in its own mind. And so it is done away with. They don't have him. In their mind, it's done away with. Which one is it? Pharaoh hardening in his heart, or is it the Father? Have they ever considered both? Have they ever considered that both are true because of how he judges? Will his people experience that? Where someone should do something to you, but they didn't for some weird reason. And then when you pass through, they're furious that they allowed you to go through. They didn't want to do that, but the Father showed you his power right in the midst of it, watching their blinding right on the same second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. And then not long later, they're fuming and furious. Can't believe that they let you go. They're repenting for doing good, but it wasn't real good though. It's through delusion and blinding. It never wanted to do good with the heart, but it's repenting for doing something anyways. And then they chase his people and try to kill them because they repent for doing good. But I'm also saying it wasn't actual good. See, his understandings are, you can't give this to anyone, you know, and put it in the heart and just say, install it, done. It's perceiving different things. That's why it's like more and more, it's like you have to explain yourself because you already know what carnal people will try to say what you're meaning and contradicting. Desperately wicked to always do that. The apostle has to backtrack so often, or he doesn't like wanting to sound like something's contradicted because he knows that's what people are trying to do all the time. Saying one thing, knowing the meaning, but then seeing something wrong because of what people will perceive and say, well, not like this, but like this, and because of this, not like that. You know, makes him look like the crazy one to the carnal world, but it's not, there's no reality to it. It's actually understanding, no craziness at all. Could see so badly. It's an abomination to think we can teach someone and save them, you know? But why give it all? That's part of his way, is to do the works he prepared, because he works through his people. And there's blessings for it, for real. And other people might need to hear something, and or just that there's a few that exist is good to know, you know, for like the sake of the body. It's not being done for the reasons carnal man is doing whatever he's doing. It's because it's like, woe is me if we don't do anything. Yeah, woe is me for disobeying his voice. So it's like he's gotten me to the point where, you know, I'm going to take a break. I'm tired of this. I hate people. They don't listen anyways. I'll take 2 weeks off or whatever this thing is. This could be anything, where it's chastising us, showing us to the finest detail. If I do that, I already know I'm going against him and I'm going to get judged for it, because that's acting like I know what his will is for me 2 weeks from now. I'll take a break for 2 weeks. And I just say, oh, today I say this now. Yeah, well, how does someone know what the Father's will is for them? Today I declare randomly that such and such I'll do for 2 weeks, or go here or there for 2 weeks, or in 2 weeks, or 5 months, or whatever it is. See, it's like to already behave as if we believe we know the Father's every perfect will to move us, and Messiah's will to move us, and knowing every detail a whole month ahead. Is anyone in this world hearing this? I mean, this is 180 from this world. They'll think it's stupid and crazy because the Father gives them a delusion to believe. They think they can do whatever they want, and they're actually fulfilling his purpose, and they're not doing whatever they want, because that's the judgment on them is proving they can't. It's the two ways, and they're falling into one of them, thinking that to do whatever they want. So when they actually see the reality of someone living his way, which is can't do what I want, they think it's crazy because all you have to do is walk across the street and do it. What's stopping you? They don't get it. They don't see it. There's no reality to doing what we want, whatever we want, and planning whatever we want. There's no reality to it. Zero. Because someone that believes that is utterly delusional and blind, like for real, literally, spiritually. So, and if that's the case, what reality is there to doing whatever we want? If such a severe judgment comes up on someone and their whole life is blind and delusional, what reality was there to disobeying anything that's true? None. So we don't want to be judged, like continually punished like that, and blind and not know him, in destruction. So then the reality is actually agreeing with him, and it becomes a reality. You can't just do whatever you want. That's the only true narrow way. And then there's only blessings there, and not the other wide gate. So it starts becoming real, because that is the only reality. The other way is punishment and judgment and destruction. So in one way you can break his ways, in another you cannot. Absolutely not. Depends where we're coming from, which angle on those two things spiritually. Like in one sense, you can break his way, but only in a delusion, which means you can't break his way in another sense. And the only reality is actually not knowing what tomorrow brings, just listening to him. That's it. There's no other reality. Church world doesn't like this. I know they don't. All this time they didn't believe the Creator speaks to his people for real. Because when we give things to them, their questions, their traps, their attacks are lining up with never believing that. You know, they wouldn't have done that just now if they believed that he speaks with his people at all. They wouldn't have done those evil works if they actually believed. They just proved it right to our face. And then they'll say, yeah, we believe it. What do you mean we believe it? Your works already proved it. It's too late. You could have never done that if someone could see the spiritual thing. They couldn't have done that without also not believing that he speaks to his people. Not even possible. So there's the spiritual, and then there's the natural. And the natural man's always saying words. But we're not talking about that as the reality, but the real things that the heart's doing. That's what I'm talking about. And when Messiah says, I never knew you workers of lawlessness, he's talking about the lawless heart and mind, corrupted. Not what the world thinks he's talking about, lawlessness, which is tricking many people into thinking if we look good, that's the true way, which is to be cutting off the flesh, or circumcising the flesh only, looking good only. Now he's not talking about lawlessness from the point of no understanding or carnality, but with understanding spiritual and hearing from the Father. Many will be said, you workers of lawlessness. The real lawlessness, not the outer thing, masquerading, looking good, which is a lie of it every second of every day. A masquerade is a lie. It's not real. It's a trick to have a sheepskin over a wolf. See, it's a lie of every second it's done. It's just a lie and sin. It's this world's crazy, and it's crazy, and I feel crazy in it. It's mind-numbing. Sometimes I just still can't believe it. He's not showing me anything else except the tribulation increasing. More and more hate coming our way. It's already over. I know that's not true, and he's proving it. So it's like, oh, I can't go back and believe that and try to want that to be true. It's just enormously stupid. I can't even do it. Can't do it. Couldn't want to do that on purpose. It's like try to forget everything. I mean, showing us what sin is. To do that is the monstrous sin itself, what everyone else is doing in the heart. Can't do it. No. It's like being a slave to righteousness instead of a slave to sin. Maybe that's the only two realities, good and evil, a servant or slave to sin or righteousness, the Father's righteousness. Many called, so many fall away quickly. The talent gets buried. The little plant that sprouted dies. And if it's going to die, it's usually pretty soon. Because the sun is a testing of heat. As soon as it sees a little bit of testing, which actually makes it grow. There's so many times he's given me to speak while I'm speaking, I just learn something, deeper and more. So there's like benefit to talking for others, but even like to yourself, to the Creator. Just might learn something, by not trying to understand it, is how we learn it. The only thing that can make it grow, they despise. And I'm not saying this out of blame, but just the world's reality, the truth. The only thing that can make the plant grow, the sun, of which without no growth, no life. It is offended at the only thing it can make it grow, not truly knowing what it's doing. That's why Messiah says this. And then the little plant dies, which is the testing it's offended at. It's an amazing picture. How is it the creation is teaching his word like constantly, screaming it out all the time? Everything. Just a matter of him showing how it's doing it. And it's strange, it's weird. So it's like the ocean is not just there for water's sake moving around. It has meaning, a reality to it, connected to people and to the Father. Rest, no rest, Like on earth, it's solid, but on the waters, the harlot sits on many waters, and the peoples are the waters. And it's moving. It's always lying. It's part of the moving and changing in a negative way. Changing in that it's okay to lie whenever it wants, change the clothes whenever it wants to protect itself. The doctrines are on water, there is no foundation or solid anything where once it's given, there it is, there's the truth. It's not on his way is not waters moving constantly. If he gives someone something, it's solid. And it's just a matter of building further on it, on the foundation already laid, building on it, building a house, building a people to do his will, which is for the purpose of all people coming back to him. That's what the kingdom, one of the things it will do, which is crazy when we actually get this understanding and believe it from him. No, it truly is the mystery of the kingdom of heaven, isn't it? And yet it's so simple when it's given. It's truly a mystery that people float up to heaven with immortal souls, with people watching people get tortured for all eternity. Loving neighbor as yourself, not wanting to help at all forever. There's no purpose for their kingdom. It's a confusion. It's a mystery. Not truly believing in, well, anything that's actually true, like real actual belief in the resurrection. It's just carnal man can't muster it up. Although the proof was always there in front of our eyes, we can never say it wasn't. That's how strong the blinding is. The creation is speaking out his power constantly, and truths that he has made it line up with the spiritual truth. It's constantly screaming out that it required a lot of power and wisdom to exist like as it does. And yet we can't perceive it the way we need to until we believe, till the just live by his faith, till it's given. And if we don't know the Creator, we'll be tempted to worship the creation with the heart and be in wonder and awe in an evil way, without any credit due to the Creator, without putting it to him, without knowing him. That's what will happen if we don't have him. The Gentiles are amazed at the stars. You're going to be lured into, tempted. Don't do this, Israel. All the Gentile nations are going to, be like wondering and marveling after the beast to worship the stars and the sun and stuff. You don't do this. You're a special people set apart because of himself. The rest will do all that. It's for his people. Whatever we read about his people, Israel, it's for them. It truly is not for the Gentiles right now yet, for whoever is a Gentile and stays that way. It's for his people that are his people. To read that and say, oh, that's for me to do. Well, you command to keep things. A cold command is without a heart or understanding. That's how it looks like with the letters. You can't know the Father. We can't know who he is by reading the letters as being carnal and natural and deceived already. And then we read letters and we only put what we understand onto it as cold, hard, dead commands, keep the feast, Israel. It doesn't, the letters all by themselves, we can't get the meaning and we can't see who he is. But with the letters are right. Yeah, that's for us. He tells us in our heart to start doing whatever, for each person to keep his way. And when it's done with the heart, that's what it always meant and what it's for. Keep the feast, whatever we read there. That's for him to show you the word there, to agree with it, to acknowledge it. He shows someone the meaning, the spiritual understanding and value of it. And then you could read it and it's not what we all used to see at all. It's 100% different. There's nothing wrong with celebrating or something. That's obviously what we read. But there's the world's way and there's his way. And if it's not done with the heart, it's just a fake celebration, a fake feast, Not that it doesn't, I'm saying fake concerning the real way with real heart. It's like doing the world's way when it feasts and celebrates. It's all selfish and with no understanding, with no connection to the Father, celebrating those feasts, holidays of this world. But even if we do keep his commandments like that, reading it and just coldly just keeping it with no other meaning, value, or intention, we'll end up just being carnal continually, no better than the world. Because those letters are missing something. They're missing the heavenly thing above the earth, which is the intention and understanding with the heart why to do this or that, and obviously to want to is a lot different than just commanding to and doing it because you have to. You can't get that out of reading letters, we would have to see who he is and gives us the understanding. And so then someone's able to say, when they read this, it's not what the world thinks it means or says, but they'll say, what are you talking about? How do you know anything without him giving us? There's no authority. There's no understanding without him giving it to us. So people are tricked, and I've seen it. They even use Moses to make an excuse to control and rule over people. Yeah, but they don't know what it means. They don't understand Moses is for natural Israel. And that's what it looks like that's what it should be connected to the heart to look like. Messiah teaches the commandments in the heart. Moses on stone for stony hearts that don't actually change. Tablets of stone, hard and permanent, but no change in the heart, writing it on a stone. There's something lacking. There's something deeper, a meaning for all the commandments. And that's what filled up is. The Messiah came to fill up the law, fulfill it. Is to do all of it with the right, true understanding and intention of the heart. The two need to become one, But commanding someone not to do such and such, and that's it, without Messiah in us, they're hosed, spiritual, they'll be deceived, carnal, doing evil works continually because all those commandments, as it's written like that with the natural understanding of man, has nothing to do with the heart by commanding and keeping coldly like that. Doesn't prove anything yet by itself. But if someone is being taught by the Messiah on what don't murder means, and then they keep it, then that was the only way to keep it. That's all it ever was supposed to be. It just wasn't revealed, though, until the new covenant, until Messiah first, born from the dead, spiritual dead. Prior to that, no one was truly filling up the law, but as types for our admonition. The bread that comes from heaven, the saints, the priests, the kings. And Moses is told, I'm going to destroy this people. And Moses pleads for the people. It sounds like what the church world says might be true, and it goes out as a spiritual spell and seduces people to come in. It sounds like they think that's what it means, that it's all up to the people to do what's right, when the Father's actually proving the exact opposite, that we can't do it right. So doing the opposite thing. And that Moses is God and controlling the creator. It could sound like that. He listens to Moses and obeys him. Wherever someone wants to believe something that's a lie in his word, the Father left room for it without actually tricking us or deceiving us or playing games. Because somehow he did it so the letters sound like for carnal people to get tricked. And yet the true meaning, keeping it with the heart and who he is, when we do that and we read the letters, means the real thing, whatever he shows us. And there was no intention to trick any time at all. It's just that somehow through all that, he's made it so it sounds like it'll catch them all, trap them that are carnal. I don't know how he does that without actually sinning, while it's also meaning the real thing that we're supposed to do. And the letters are actually correct still. Don't murder, don't steal. They're not wrong. It's not a lie. That's what we need to do. And yet it traps people somehow. It's doing that too. What is that, man? How does all that work out while people are created and the body's doing all this functioning and everything's working together like this? It's insane. Insane in that, deep. I don't know how. And then so many other things going on that hasn't even entered my mind, which would only make it even deeper then. There's like no limit. So it traps and catches people, his word, his letters, the carnal, to separate them. They'll be tempted to say, look, read this. This is what it means. Pharaoh hardened his own heart. Somehow he made it so it traps them without playing deceitfulness and trying to trick someone with intentions to trick from himself. But he gives that back as a judgment. He gives a judgment back to confuse and blind someone, but he never with intentions to screw or trick someone on purpose to destroy them. And so whatever he's shown me, I'm in agreement then. I know that's not what's going on when I read Pharaoh's heart hardened and the Creator hardened him his heart and Pharaoh hardened his heart. Both are true. Both are perfectly true. That's why. But it leaves room for the carnal to have their way somehow and speak their free will doctrine, which is rebellion, the utter rebellion. It's all up to us. See, whatever is true, the world despises utterly. So then if the truth is, it's not up to us to do the works. We just can't do it. And he proved that with Israel constantly. Then what this world will be tempted to teach and believe in the heart, and already does, is that everything is up to us, all of it. So when I hear words out there in the world that don't know the Father, it's not up to, I know they're not understanding. Their heart is in agreement with it's still up to us, because that's how everyone lives. The works are proving it. So they'll defend the doctrine that lines up with what their heart's doing. This is why they defend doctrine so hardcore like that. And I've always wondered why, after starting to see the defending something so like showing me that they don't believe yet even at all, even what they say. But why do they defend it so hard? Because they're defending what their heart's doing. If only someone could see it, the doctrine has secret meaning that lines up with their heart's works. To not defend it, to break that, would be to expose themselves, and that's not possible. That doesn't want to be done. There's a reason and meaning for everything. It's not just an accident on why people do things. It's too deep for them to even see or perceive, so they'll just say they don't do that. They'll just say you're a liar. Even though his word, all over in his word, you could give them scripture, show we're not lying in it. No, they'll run away. The running away is proof that something's very wrong. The works of running away when truth and good is being given to someone and they want to go away and run. it utterly proved that there's no confidence, there's no understanding. They run away because that's the only way that to protect their soul is to run, because it's threatening to destroy them. Truth, the Father's word, Father's truth through his Spirit, his power, is cutting up, threatening to destroy the old man. They run. The lion don't want to die, you know. Snake doesn't want to be cornered and killed. The only way to defend itself is to attack and hope that it kills the other thing that's attacking it. So there's two attacks going on. One is selfish, prideful, with no understanding, with intention to destroy good. And the other attacking is truth, clarity, simple, with no intentions to hurt and destroy, but only to destroy what's evil for the purpose of them to live. But they'll perceive the attacking as evil and murder. And by saying that, someone exposes themselves as always doing that for real. But I'm seeing that nothing else can be done if someone doesn't know the Father, because they're going to try to save their soul. Keep seeing and showing me the proof that that's what people are trying to, they don't want to die. But nobody does. Nobody, you know, that's why it's a miracle if someone's dead. And so that they're alive with Messiah now, it's a miracle. It would have never happened that a lion commits suicide so that it can actually live. What is that to a lion? If it kills itself, it's dead. It can't perceive anything else. So we didn't know either. We wouldn't have done it. We didn't do it either. Because people didn't do that. Destroying all you know and have means you're dead and there's nothing else. But they're not seeing and believing the miracle that he can give us life while we die, like Messiah says. The whole church world doesn't see it, you know. And we've been set up to look prideful because of how rare the truth is. We've been set up, he set us up to prove all things, that the works are doing it for right intentions and truth with good. So how does someone can make their claims, but if someone's actually being hated by all men for his name's sake, their claims are pretty stupid and they're false accusations. And they never see the works or evidence of his people running away, but always giving whatever they require. And then they run away and aren't able to answer. How could they even remotely think? Because they're running cowards. They need to say that anyways. That no one in Messiah has ever run away, you know, from truth like that. It's growing bigger and bigger. But the point is, you know, his people don't run away. They'll just say, I don't know, so that they do know. If they don't know, and if they do know something that someone's speaking of or asking, they'll answer, and the other won't be able to. If they don't know the Father, they'll run. So that's what being strong is. Be spiritually strong, but weak in the flesh, not having any confidence, the old man letting it down. But as long as someone's strong in their mind, they're actually weak, because cowardly is weak. So the definition of everything in his word is like something completely different than what the world has for an understanding of it. Isn't this amazing? Crazy? Someone that doesn't see anything I'm speaking of, it's not amazing or crazy. It's just crazy talk that they're hearing. It's drunkenness that they're hearing, stupidity, invisibility that they're hearing, nothingness. This guy must be on serious meds. It's all they ever did to his people. The devil. Its blinding is so strong. Through text messages, through, you know, miles away, it's crazy. Oh, it's crazy. Not too long ago, I was doing one delivery specifically, and I just texted the guy because it was going to be extra long. And he replied, and he gave me to perceive why he replied like that. It should have never replied the way he did, but there was instant disbelief that someone actually cares. How does this person see that the care is there? Because wherever they see something real, that's when darkness goes crazy. They are in total disbelief. So they mock it. You could do whatever you want, you doing okay just for telling them it's going to be a while. Do your thing, man. Do your thing. Lol, with caps, all caps and exclamation marks. I knew right away why he did it. It's a nasty, sick game people are doing. It's the devil's works. It's nasty. But why did that happen through text? How on earth could the guy know unless the enemy knows something? And then it's the Father's way of doing something, testing, or maybe someone needs to hear something. And then some back and forth with texting, and I could see what they're doing. They're constantly trying to put the sin and shame and everything on you. They can't own up anything at all. Of course, the meds, the drunkenness, the claims were in there, all in there. And I told them, I texted him, whatever a carnal man judges, so he is. It's not possible to do anything else. I said there's a better way. And there's more stuff exchanged. So false, drunk, sick, crazy, weird, all those things were claimed. I get there and he's wasted with literal red eyes, utterly destroyed. And then he wants to shake the hand. It's not normal. You hand over the food. Why does he want to shake the hand? To make himself look good. What's he really trying to do? See if you hate him. Look in your eyes and see how it shakes the hand and see if it's real or not. When it sees it's real, it's in more destruction. But there's hope for those that are really hit the bottom, because I don't think he calls very often anybody that doesn't hit the bottom. Not very often, I don't believe. I think most of his people hit the bottom before they believe. There's more hope for that guy than Bill Gates. Oh, that's for sure, in this life. Because we already know that there's not many, rich. How hardly is a rich man, so if someone's filthy rich, I mean, that's not a good sign. So even what we need to see because of the good of how he works, going to sound evil, isn't it? This is good news. This guy's in destruction. There's more hope for him than someone that's not that bad right now. It's going to sound evil, isn't it? And it's the absolute truth. I don't even like doing that. I don't know that I should be doing that, but it's like the example is too perfect right now to try to bring out what I'm seeing that people are doing. It's always lying. It's always masquerading. Every second it's doing something wrong, but specifically, if truth and good comes its way, it always does that. It's the pride is killing people. They just cannot put anything for an admitting of any kind of real sin or false judgments it makes in anything. And I can see the impossibility, knowing from experience it was impossible to believe, just to choose the creator. It never happened. So understanding all this, hell is even more monstrous. Understanding his power and sovereignty and knowing this is true, dumping everyone in hell to torture them forever, and then it couldn't have been any other way. It couldn't do anything about it forever. That doctrine's even more monstrous than it was before. But it's not the truth, though. To them, a sovereign creator is wicked. but their doctrine of hell is not. It's amazing. They start hearing true teaching. Are you saying you don't have free will? Are you saying we're this and that? And they're perceiving it and showing that they don't like it. They believe it's evil. While they go to a church and believe the doctrine of torture for all eternity. What is that? Has anyone ever told them? Has it crossed their mind even once that that's evil? But the Father being in charge and in control, which is actually good news, is severely evil because of pride. And so everything is like that. With everything in this world, the more someone sees, the more monstrous and difficult it is. The tribulation, the more attacks, the more murder. Who would ever choose this way of themselves? No one. And no one chose to be born. Therefore, no one chose to be born by the Father. And then that's why we have this understanding and simple confidence without contradictions that he's not going to let the creation go into destruction forever. It was never up to us or about us or through pride and selfishness and just for us like that. It was never about like that, but about who the Creator is and what he's done and his good news, his way. No, it's everywhere in his word. So if someone could see, so many places, even when the words aren't said word for word, its teaching is there so often, meaning that someone throws a seed in waters, don't add the increase. If I read the man adds the increase, I would be genuinely worried, because that's an actual contradiction to other scriptures and the teaching of us not being able to do that work from our own power. I would be genuinely concerned. I wouldn't have an answer for it. What would we do then? Desperately wicked? Just create a different definition for it to fit the scriptures? Well, that's what has to happen for those that aren't getting it from him. It's a slippery slope. You have to change the meaning or make it what you need to fit the other teachings and form it and mold it the way it needs to be to fit the other ones. And his people, I'm sure of it, as I was, tempted to do that at times when we don't know. Sort of just saying, no, this can't be true, this can't be true. But then he gives us just enough to see what we're doing, that what we're doing is wrong, and to see, well, what we're saying doesn't really work either. What must be done? I don't know, must be done. Just saying we don't know. Then we'll know. So then holding on to the old man, you have to work so hard for someone inside there, like specifically learning scriptures, Bible study, or whatever, someone's trying to become a minister. You got to work and smoke. And what the reality is the exact opposite. If we just didn't work at all, we would get the understanding. But because they work so hard to thinking that's how you get the understanding, they actually get none. Because he doesn't bless doing a false way, which is only to get from him, seek the Creator inside himself. So he won't allow the understanding to come in from working for self. So, what the enemy's going to do, has been doing, and will do, is to make it sound like the Father's wrong. That's not the reality. And if we're not seeing something, and it sounds like they're right in making the Father look like a liar, we're not seeing something. we're not seeing how and why they're doing it. What's the intention? What's the motive, reason? What are they really trying to teach, or what is their works doing to match the doctrine they really are wanting to believe? We start showing you these things, and you have a confidence to see what's going on and why it's being done. See, that's not being given to anyone else that doesn't believe. So people that don't believe don't truly believe that this exists. So they're going to think you're just as blind and dumb as they are, although no one would like to admit that they're blind, but it's already assumed. It's already, I, you know, Genesis, the intent of the thoughts of the heart are only evil continually. I mean, that's so offensive to this world. How could it see the proof for that if it's blind? How on earth could that scripture be true and believed with the heart without actually seeing what evil is, that scripture is true and the proof for it? Because naturally that scripture doesn't look so good. It doesn't look like it's true at all most of the time for most people. That's actually what's in the heart of a carnal man, whether religious or not. It's in the heart because they haven't seen what it means and all the proof that that scripture is true. It took me years just to start seeing what I need to see about that verse in Genesis, let alone someone that doesn't believe at all. They don't see anything yet or the proof for it. I'm seeing he's showing me the proof that that scripture is true in Genesis. That's the scary part. How could it be true for the whole entire world and the whole world doesn't agree or understand it? So he's what us proving one thing, he proves another, that the kingdom of heaven's a mystery. Oh, that lines up. So this is how it's supposed to be. Proving one thing, he proves another. Mystery Babylon, it's spiritual confusion, lying and deceit in the heart, is all of the world, which lines up with another scripture. Satan deceives the whole world. You finally start believing it, which lines up, and off we go for 40 hours. It's all like knit together, connected like a tree like that. That's why in my mind, if I see one thing that's wrong or off, contradicting, it's connected to all these other things he's given us. It's not good when we see some massive nonsense, and then we see a little bit more evidence. But this is not to say someone should come to understanding in one day. That the opposite of that true over a period of time. But nevertheless, that's what the world has got going on. Because for his people, it just won't be on the mind yet, just like it always was. The real thing was never on the mind. So I could even say these words for those that are seeing deeper things, growing more. For all the people that are younger, it's not even on their mind yet, so it's not even wrong. It won't even. The person that's younger doesn't even realize how much it doesn't know yet. It's not even on the mind yet. That's what I'm trying to say. So it just works out like that so perfectly. But the world is always in that state. That's the thing. And so we start seeing the nastiness of evil, faking and trickery in different intentions to gain self and pride and hide self. The thing that they've always done, that we've always done, now we look at it and go, that was never a reality. How do we not see that? They did this for some other intention and reason. And that's what evil is. You start seeing what it really is. And it has nothing to do with what something looks like. It doesn't have to look evil to be evil, but if it doesn't look evil and we're seeing some kind of monstrous evil, some trick, some intention, lie, evil, teaching, trickery, evil works, all the people around you and the other person that's lying will side with the natural man because they don't see what they need to see, and they need to protect themselves too. We've been set up and set up to set up. We're trapped to do good and be hated by everyone in a way like that. Trapped. Let's say more about that example. I missed something. It's hard to put these things in words constantly. I know the words don't cut it. The letters kill. But they're only good if someone is doing what the words mean. Then the letters and words are okay and good. If not, now those words are puke, ultimately. Doing the 180 thing of what it means with the heart, then the words don't mean anything good. It never meant to just look good. Never meant that. And if we don't accept that as the foundation, at some point, I mean, that's proof and evidence that just might not be a believer, because that's what Messiah is doing for his people, is teaching them the laws and commandments, so they're not lawless in their heart continually, under his favor, not condemned for not knowing what they need to know. In one day, they're not condemned for that. Father is 180 from what the world would say something or perceive, because they only can project self. It's just all they can do. See, I mean, there's no other option. So if it doesn't know the Father, it projects whatever it knows, which is darkness, onto the Creator. But he's not what they say. I remember years ago, I don't know how many years ago, but I don't know how long it was after believing, but like reading Revelation, part of it, like, let me see here, what is this? And try to figure all this out real quick. And I could see I didn't understand or know. I can see, looking back, I have no clue what on earth any of this is. That's like just the beginning of learning, though, is he gets us to be able to admit it, start seeing that we don't know. It's so weird, though, because after learning whatever he's given over years, it's so simple and clear. How on earth was it that I didn't know anything at all? It's like that for everything. He's proven his power to me, even if I haven't liked it in times past. Learn to deal with it, to agree with it, that there's nothing I could have done. Oh, if we say in our mind, when I back up, there won't be a car right behind me. He'll make sure it happens again while you didn't even remember. This time I'll remember. I'll look and wait and try to trick the Father. Say, I look back, car behind me, but I'm waiting. Now I backed up and there's nobody behind me. That's a delusion. He's going to make it happen again a real way without you thinking that delusion, He's proven that over and over like that. I'm just giving an example of something, of how he judges. If we look back or wait on purpose, we're deceiving our own selves, because that's not what backing up without a car means. If we do that, it's like cheating. See, it's like trying to mock him. We didn't actually complete, I'm going to back up, and there won't be a car this time because I waited, cheated, and then say, did it. Aha, I did it. What will he do now? Well, you'll forget hours or days or weeks later, and you'll back up and look, and there'll be a car right there just as you're backing up, because we said it won't happen again, or try to trick you. So starting to believe this, the carnal mind is going, I believe this, but I mean, like, come on, this can't be. I have power, don't I? This is the struggle of letting go. Can you believe this? That we can't actually do it? Can't actually just do whatever we want? Can't actually stop this or that with our heart, or this or that thing, if he's determined to continue the judgment on any specific thing? This is like, this is, abomination to the world. The heart doesn't believe this in this world, in the Harlan. Talking about real things. They don't believe for this for real with their heart. Because I didn't either. And then in the process of it, still sort of like trying a little bit, questioning it. Yeah, okay, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's true all the way. I think I could do it this time my way without. It's like 180. I don't know how he does it. There's nothing we can do about it. No matter what we do, 5 seconds wait, 10-second delay, then you back up. Boom, there it is again. Because we're trying to break it. Make sure we don't. That we can't. See, that's the wisdom of this world is stupid because of this, because it speaks of what ifs, and what if I did that? There's no reality to it. It would have never happened 10,000 times over. Whatever they're talking about wouldn't have happened any differently. There is no what ifs. And then it's already believing in the heart that it could do whatever it wants. And I'm using the backing up example. There's no reality to it. That's a big reason why, part of the reason why the wisdom of this world is foolishness. Because it thinks it can do whatever it wants all the time and create its own things whenever it wants. Freely, Not understanding that to get us to believe a lie for sin, he gives a little bit of what they want to trap them in it and believe a lie. Believe that that's actually them, that they're sovereign in God. He gives them a little bit of that to fulfill power, to do what they say they want to do. And then the reality is the only reason they have that is because of the sovereignty being true and not their free will. That's the only reason why they believe whatever they believe. This is some scary stuff here, man. If someone could see this, the power of his judgment. The only reason someone believes a lie, whatever it is at any point, is because of them thinking they have free will and believe whatever they want. That's the only reason why they believe whatever they do, because he gave them to believe a lie. Can someone see this? It's an utter trap. It's an utter, tricking of the ones who tricks, as a righteous judgment back. The good news is if we do his way, he'll bless us and we'll get out of the prison doing his way. Just agreeing that he's sovereign and he's in control. We'll actually get out of the prison. For those that keep thinking they're free, they're in it because of that. It's already in it. They actually believe they're not like a prison in that way, that they have all the power and free will. So he gives them what they want to deceive them and make them. I mean, it's so strange. It's too perfect, and it's like all one. I'm seeing that clearer, a little more now than a month ago. It's showing me why things are happening and why the patterns we see showing me some of these things more and more, proving it, scaring me a little bit. Like I'm in disbelief, like I'll just keep repeating the thing and it won't get old. Let's go one more time. The only reason someone believes whatever they believe has a prideful, whatever sin going on, because he gets someone to believe a lie with a strong delusion, so they believe a lie because they think they believe and can do whatever they want. He gives them just enough of that to be true, to trap them. And the only reason they believe that lie is because he sent that strong delusion to believe. Who on earth believes this? But I didn't understand this, a few years back. I didn't understand this the way I do right now just a year ago. So it doesn't mean someone's not a believer. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying, there's not many. This world is in constant disbelief like that with our Creator. He needs to show his people that he has power and that he's true and doesn't lie. Showing it like that with all these different things and his truth. She's going to prove it to anybody that keeps that is his people. For the rest of the world, they can't see any of this yet. There's no real proof. There's no real belief. There is no, these are the real things he's proving. But if we're not believers, demanding something or else then I'll believe in the Creator is, I know why it's done. And not making fun of anyone because that's who we were. It's just that it's nonsense though. Seeing it now, it's nonsense because of his character and his judgment. You can't mock him. We can't mock him. I can't mock him. It's like in or out. It's all or nothing. It's light or dark. He won't let man's way work. Man's way is all darkness. It won't work. It doesn't make it work. It doesn't bless it so it works. Only the opposite. I think the apostle says the strong delusion, anyone who doesn't love the truth, anyone who doesn't actually love the truth. This is the reality. They believe a lie already. It's tricked. But see, that's a punishment. He gets out of this prison for just, okay, your way, and now you'll be out of this. Get out of this prison. That won't be your reality because now we're doing this and agreeing with him and learning and growing. Get you out of the prison even more so that you're not in a delusion at all. It's actually clear and free and true with no fake love, with the Father's love. I mean, he's still sovereign. It's not like a free will like man teaches with his people, but he gets them out of the actual prison. Slavery to sin and all these things, delusions. It takes understanding and believing this is who he is and believing this because it's connected with everything else that he's going to show us and give us. It takes understanding and believing in this, his sovereignty, in order for him to make the crooked path straight and have faith. He's going to prove, he can do it. He has the power. He could do this thing. So it's not monstrous. It's not ridiculous for us to believe he can make a way where we don't see a way because we see these other things, his power. He can do that. Make a way somehow. Protect you from the enemy somehow because of his power and lack of any free will. That's the only way we can be protected from the enemies. If we had free will, we'd be dead a long time ago. If everything else was the same. if he determines someone not to be able to take someone down, they won't be able to do it no matter how much they want to. You know, whoever he is with, if he's with us, then who can be against us? That's what that means, not what the church world says it means. How could they perceive what that means while teaching free will? It's all connected. They can't. That's why teachings are a big deal. And like, it might sound like we're just going after like words, doctrine, and the unbelievers go, wow, this is foolishness. They're talking about nothing and worthless things and doctrine for religion, for the man in the sky. No, it's a big deal because of what it leads to and means for works and reality and delusion and knowing him and not knowing him, you know. But but in the harlot, it's only speaking these words and doctrines just with no meaning or reality. And then the doctrine, you know, the secret meaning being discerned. Two different things, but they kind of look the same. It's not important just because of the doctrine itself, like they perceive. It's important because of what it means and what reality it means someone's in. It's important because if a doctrine is prideful, if it's in someone, it's the person is prideful because of what it means, what this proves, not just for the sake of the teaching alone by itself. Because of some kind of discernment, you know, testing, proving all things. Like, why would someone be doing this or that? How are they doing it? Why is this happening? What's the reality of this? Is it a wolf in sheepskin or is it a sheep? How would someone know when a delusion is this so strong? If a delusion's so strong about his judgments like that, how could they know who a sheep is and a wolf is in this world without him telling us? Once again, going back to forfeiting our soul. If we think we can figure it out and know, we won't. So they won't. People won't. They don't. They could be staring them right in the face and they murder them and they walk away. And that was a believer. And they might not even ever see one again in their life. You know, just like they murdered Messiah. They didn't know the Father. If they did, they couldn't have done what they did. They would have perceived that he's not an enemy. But they didn't know the Father, so he is their enemy. No different for us now. And the Father will prove the enemy will attack you and chase you because that's what he teaches in his word for the purpose of refining and everything else. It starts becoming more and more of a reality that the devil sends out a flood to the woman. He always has been. You know, it's always been a war. He's always been refining. There's not some day to come he's going to refine his people. He always has been. Was, is to come. Not just long in the distant future, some carnal thing become true. But first, naturally, the war and going through enemies, you know. Because no one perceived anything spiritual, any the real things. If the harlot in this world truly understood or saw this, started learning and seeing this from him, their hell doctrine and everything else that's going on becomes even more monstrous than it was. It's all about man doing everything. It's up to him to go and save the world, and then they don't even do that. Desperately going, knocking on every door. And then the Gentile nations, it's up to them to be saved. They all had it equally. No, he's not even with the Gentile nations. They're a drop in the bucket to him. Sounds evil to this world. That's the reality, though. It doesn't mean he doesn't care about the people or doesn't have a plan for them. But they're teaching the exact opposite constantly with their heart. The heart's already backwards. Not only did grace, faith, mercy come on everyone at the exact same literal time, he didn't even try to save anyone, not even his own people were spiritual. Messiah was the first that overcame actual sin and death. No one else did. So they're saving into hell or heaven. It's even more monstrous knowing this because there was no one that was spiritual before Messiah. Even his own people, saints, were natural saints as types. The bread is a type, everything is a type of something spiritual and true that started in the new covenant. It's not just natural. It's never been about only that. Therefore, his word's going to look wrong and like a lie for natural people today because that doesn't mean that for us. The plagues are ever present, not just way back with frogs and water for Egypt, see? It's always true he's plaguing people and the church world's diseased and doesn't know him and have life come out of her. Unless you partake her plague, see? It has no meaning for us and it's just worthlessness. We just read Revelation with blinded eyes, seeing what we want to see. Like it was for me too, or anything in his word. What does this mean? Is this going to come someday? But it's not for us now. No, it's for us now. See, they don't see what partiality is either. It's not for one person. It's for all people equally, for his people. All the 144,000 had to overcome the mark of the beast equally. I'm not saying they equally did good fruit because that's up to the Father, but they all equally were learning and growing and needing to overcome the world. Messiah overcame the world, which is the beast, beastly kingdom, mark of the beast. All of a sudden, something that's real he gives us is always true for everyone, including all his judgments. Then he'll prove that they exist and they're real, not just saying words to try to get 500,000 subscribers. No, he'll prove the judgments are true and real. Not just the teaching, it doesn't stop there. He'll prove there's plagues in there because the more life he gives someone, the more they can perceive what plagues are. When someone's dead, they don't know what they are. Someone's dead, they can't contrast to what life is, belief is, what real faith is. It's just not possible. No one could do that before they believe they were dead. It's something like being dead. The natural picture is perfect. The dead don't praise him. They don't do anything. They don't choose him, that's for sure. And someone that's born doesn't choose to be born, just like a baby doesn't choose to be born. Baby, no one born was literally choosing to be born. See how we could always give the carnal man a natural picture of what we're saying. And that's how they're confounded because they're seeing something about this picture. That's what you're talking about. And we're saying that they're saying the natural picture is what they're breaking it. It's impossible what they're saying. And they get angry and run away because they could see they're breaking the natural picture, the only thing they could see. They're saying that babies do choose to be born, see, with their doctrine. But they're not saying it openly with words, that they do their works in the dark. They're supposed to sleep at night, not do any works. So they're only going to be evil works in the dark, blind. So that's why Messiah says he goes out in the open, saying everything, out in the open in the daylight. He's not hiding anything, but those that don't seek the Father, the truth is hidden from them, but he doesn't do with intention what they do to try to trick people, and neither does his people. Teaching lies also, constantly tricking and teaching lies. They don't work in the open. They work in the darkness, where they say something, but it doesn't mean what it really says. It means something else. That's a lie. And it can be proven every time and reduced and deduced. If someone can see how to do it, given to do it, that they actually do teach something other than what they say, even if they don't say it. That's a strong delusion, man. Someone should be wanting not to be in a delusion like that. So then they would ask for healing, for sight. That's for his people to know that. It's for his people to need to do that. And then he's going to prove to them and show them they're getting out of it and show the power like that for them. And that his word is true. It's all pretty amazing. Just day by day. Carnal man wants just everything all at once. Boom. 80 years and know everything. No, it's not like that. There's no reality to that. Only in a delusion does someone know everything. What's the reality? Because they say they know everything in the heart. It's just already there. Here it is. They know nothing in reality because of saying they know everything. It's very offensive to the world. There's a meaning of coming out of this world in Egypt, and it wouldn't, if all these other things weren't true, there would be no meaning to coming out of Egypt. We're actually coming out of something, real delusion, bondage to sin, slavery to it, slave driver for sin. Can't get out if they want to. They're chained, man. Where else are they going to go? The Egyptians own them. So let my people go applies today. Let my people go. He's saying through Moses. Messiah says, let my people go. And boom, they drop their things and get out. And the enemy can't stop him. They want to, though. All right, it's appointed to get out. Let's go. Let's get out. And he just makes it happen. And the Egyptians are in disbelief. It's just that easy for the Creator. Proving they have no free will because they're not getting what they want. If someone truly wants something and absolutely cannot get it, how could they go next Sunday teaching free will while the Israelites escape? And all day long, he's going to show us the stupidity of the lying doctrines and this world's wisdom. It's really bad. It's worse than even I see now because every time he shows me something more, the stupidity is perceived even more, going in that direction. He's showing us that this is what I've been saying a lot for a while now. The blinding I see is so real. It's literally as blind as what we read because our Father's not alive. It looks like this. Someone building a golden calf like we read and saying it's God. It looks that blind to me spiritually, what's going on. It is. No one could, but they'll say, we don't have a golden calf, we don't build gods. Trick. Because when I say, and when his people say, we're seeing the blinding that strong, we're not talking about what we read with letters only. But it looks like that bad and blind, How could it be? Well, who could ever be blind back then that bad? They were. Father blinded them, but it was like naturally for a teaching, for his judgment. But it's always true spiritually. It's blind like that. He could blind someone whenever he wants to for a judgment. Oh, Jacob, you won't even know what woman you love. It's very obvious. You said you wanted this one instantly, and you worked for 7 years for her, and you didn't know. Blinded. Will this line up with fear? That the wicked have no fear in their eyes? That means what the righteous should. They're going to line up with fear. I wonder why. Maybe because all these things are true. it's abomination, It's if free will was true and he couldn't do anything, there would be no fear in our eyes. That's the reason why there's fear, is because there's no free will. Hello, world, church world. It's because it's the reality of not being able to do just whatever you want with no consequence, with no blinding judgment and delusion. And because of the delusion and judgment, there's no reality to free will. See, there's no actual reality, because if someone's genuinely delusional, how are they a free will? Who chose to be delusional? There's no escape from the Creator. No matter what people do, they can't escape the stupidity of evil that they've been trapped in. He's proving what they say is a lie to his people. It's way bigger of a reason, free will, not just for doctrine to try to suck people in like people exist out there to do. You never know until he shows you. Sad thing is there are people who exist that will teach some kind of doctrine the church world doesn't, and they're still false and blind and don't know what free will means, what his sovereignty is. Can you believe it? That's even worse. And he's already shown me the proof. He's already shown me the proof of that very thing I just said. There's Judases that look called out. They'll say things the others don't, and they themselves, just a different delusion, trapped. If we were to start speaking of things that the heart's doing, and if they're carnal, teaching no free will, they'll do all the same things that all the other carnal do. We could talk about prophecy and not them doing any other thing, and they run away, just like all the others run away, proving they don't know what free will in any other teaching could be applied like this. He proves it. I'm not saying, I don't know how many. I'm just saying it exists. It exists. So what he's shown me that I didn't know in the beginning for a long time to see what I need to see is it's not about teaching. That's not why something is called dark or wicked or evil works by itself. Church world's not because they say certain words. It's the heart is actually wicked and doing evil works. That's the only reality. So the teaching is important. It's connected. But the real thing is the works, though. It's not just words and teaching doctrine. It's actual works of the heart. We spot these things, those works will be spotted, and that's what he's been proving to me, is that, well, you could discern something with really bad lying, contradicting doctrines. It's not a good sign, but then the works will prove it, that the heart is doing what those doctrines really mean. And then that's the final proof. That's what should be the final and only proof of something, is certain works, murderous attacks, and then no repentance, no acknowledgement. You see it again, and it's like there's the proof. Because to see something, he needs to give you to see it. And when you see it for real, you'll know about others. It's for the person he's giving to see, for them to know. And when they see that someone doesn't acknowledge what he gave you to see, that they deny it, that's also a heavy lie. And you see this rejection and running is evidence that they're under his judgment in slavery. See? Seeing proof of the judgment. So it's like if we see certain things, it's not good because of his power and consistency on things he's shown us. It's not a good sign. Because we believe, that's why. And if we see something, we are already sure of something else, which is connected to something else. If this, oh, then the Father's doing some judge. He's taught us there's no exceptions. And then we see these judgments and blinding, and it's like, oh, okay, no good. Stranger, and all the sheep following after it. So what is the intention of a false prophet at all times? To gather disciples for themselves. Does the Messiah look like he did that? Oh yeah. Did he do that according to the carnal man's understanding of doing? No. No, there's a right way and there's a wrong way. They'll attack that. Say, you do that. Really? What does feed my sheep mean? What does it mean? He helps his people, now you go help others. You do what you ought to do. Feed my sheep, give them truth. Give them spiritual food, do your job. Do what he does to us, and I say job out of only good, not like evil whipping and slavery like that, but still do your job. So there's false and true, and the false way, that's what the world's doing, most people in the world. Because of his truth and his judgments, and so strict and perfect. If someone's carnal, they're seeking their own glory, period, because they can't not do that. It takes the Father's miracle and works to get us out of the prideful, dead condition, self-righteous, doing evil works all the time. If they're carnal, they're doing it for that reason. And then he'll show you the proof and signs and whatever needs to be seen. The intentions and the works will prove they're doing that. And it takes spiritual discernment given. Otherwise, we won't see it. If Israel could see, they wouldn't have been in Egypt for 400 years. If Israel thinks it's better than everyone else, it wouldn't have been in prison for 400 years. The fact that if indeed everyone all goes in Messiah, the fact that they're coming out of Egypt is proof they were in it. And at no point they were not in it. No one was not in it first. They were all in it first. And if that's the truth, how come nobody chose to be not in it? Free will truly existed according to the understanding given by people of the world. And how come no soul was not in it? That's the reality. But they'll just say, me, I wasn't in it. Really? So they contradict themselves, even if they're speaking carnally, naturally like that. You say in church that you were lost and now you're saved. You were blind and now you see. You sing songs too. And you're saying you were never in it? Gulp, swallow an apple and choke and die. That's what happens when the Father confounds someone. There's no way around it when he gives us, he knows all these things, but when he gives us something, we'll be in agreement that no one can mock him because he'll show us how to do it ourselves too, to ask the right question. If someone truly doesn't believe they were utterly blind and in Egypt first, they shouldn't be singing they were blind and now they're saved, lost and now they're saved. Saved from what? It's a contradiction once again. Saved from hell? Well, yeah, that would go in the direction of trying to escape truth. Nothing to do with escaping Egypt. Saved from hell in the future, trying to say they were never in Egypt. But it's about some fiery pit or something in the future only, some literal pit fire. Not understanding the fire. The Creator is perfect. He consumes evil. We can't accept it, so that's why we have to die to see him and live. No one can see him and live. We read that. But if Moses saw the way he needed to, he would just die. Where's Moses now? See, there was no way made available yet until a Messiah died and was resurrected. There was no way to truly see the Father start seeing him learning, growing, receiving his spirit to see him like this, because it required death to the old man. He can't accept it. So he can accept it under his favor, as the old man reckoned is dead and will be dead. Now it's accepted. Guarding his narrow way. It's more than just literally guarding people. He's guarding who and what he is. He's guarding the narrow way in that who and what he is. He doesn't allow evil or sin to mix. He doesn't allow it to stand without judgment, without sword time. You want tree of life, go through the sword. Someone tries and it cuts them up. He won't allow anything else. They can't pass the sword. It's going to cut them up. So then the tree of life will be available always until everyone comes back. Understanding the times and ages a little bit, just be able to have confidence in one thing, understand the time and ages we're in and what the plan is. Give confidence in that that's true. To know that it's not only not possible in this age, it's impossible. That's not the understanding and way. So, we need to know that in order to believe the other thing for real. To believe there's hope beyond this age, which the church world, it's cut off here and now, because that's the lie. They teach the lie. So knowing that and seeing it for real, it just lines up with the truth. It gives us the understanding to see there's a order and a way, plan. Somehow, some way, he'll do it. It makes it sound like someone in the church world cares when they say after the death it's over. Makes them sound like they're desperately trying to save someone. Who believes what I'm about to say? That the only reason the intention of the heart says that is because it's trying to protect its lie and doesn't want to believe there's any hope after this because it's prideful. Who would believe that? See, they're already assuming no one can see their tricks and everyone else is blind too. And, in a way, it's actually right, because that's why people are captivated and sucked in, but it's wrong what they do and believe and think. It's all for foul intentions and purposes. I can't believe that it's so consistent like this. I can't believe that it doesn't matter what color someone is or what country they live in. They do the same thing if it's in a lie. The works of the heart, same. But people can change their clothes. They can't change their heart by themselves. It requires death to get the stony heart out, surgery, and circumcising the heart requires dying. They won't believe your experience, parents, family, friends, people, anybody that doesn't know him. They will. And this is what's nice about his truth and his power, his consistency. I can say this with perfect accuracy, knowing it's true, because it's true, not out of any other intention. They will do that to his people. They'll side with the enemies and say, you must have done evil. You had to have done evil, And it depends on the situation. Sometimes they'll say out loud, sometimes you'll just see that it's in the heart and that they can't say anything. It's still true nevertheless. it's like you would want to shake them until they believe, you know, stop it, and you can't do it. What is he proving to me? And I know other people that know him, everyone that knows him, that they can't save anyone and give them understanding. It's like desperate to save, but he doesn't allow us to actually do it of ourselves with power of ourselves. They're teaching and believing the exact opposite out there. It's a scary delusion, man. So Messiah said they travel land and sea to make one convert, you know, and when he's converted, they're made in twice the son of judgment, Gehenna fire, as themselves. It's even worse than the one who converted them. That's how bad that way is. But in the middle of doing that, they think they're saving people. That's exactly what Messiah is saying. He showed me that, and then shows the reality of it. What do they say that means in the church world? How could they give truth when they're the living example of doing that? Because grace didn't come on everyone at the exact same time. Requiring everyone to believe or else burn is the exact opposite way. So his way always looks bad. Their way always looks good, like they care, but they don't. And we look like we don't care, and we do. We just don't go against whatever he's given us, you know, to say that the world won't believe, that all people in this world won't believe tomorrow because of the truth he's given us. It's saying just for truth, but it looks bad, doesn't it? Saying there's not peace on earth until the Father's way is done, not man's way. There's a destruction at the end, not peace. When they say peace, destruction's coming. That's how much man is backwards, you know. His peace is destruction. Our destruction is peace, because he who destroys his soul shall be finding life. So our destruction is peace. They wouldn't understand that. Looks evil, right? You don't care about anyone, right? So he doesn't allow his way to be perverted or stepped on or prideful or partial. The experience will prove the teaching. The teaching proves the true way. The experience lines up with no pride, no partiality, true love. You know, I'm saying the teachings all line up. The experience won't allow anything else. It doesn't mean we're not going to make that's part of learning and growing, but he's guarding it his way like that. The false way is the exact opposite. It's full of pride and partiality with the heart and allows for it. If nobody believes you, if everyone's hating you, it's proving something. You know, he's proving whatever is true, that someone is doing something with the true right intention. The other way is the exact opposite, false intention, but it always looks good. Darn that devil, makes it look good, sin look good, and he says you will surely not die. But it requires dying to know the Father and gain understanding, to discern between good and evil for real requires dying. You shall die, Adam. Serpent says, no, you won't. They don't want to die. You could sin and it'll be okay. You won't die. It's a trick. And part of it's got a little bit of truth in it, in that the old man doesn't die right away, but he will. It's a trick. But he's in destruction. It's not blessed. It's someone that doesn't believe in this. The sin doesn't give them life, you know. So Satan makes a sin look like you won't die and that you might get life out of it or something. You know, it's a lie, it's a trick. Looks good, it's tricky. Lust is tricky, looks good. What will go on in the mind of a believer at times, that stopping such and such won't be good for us. It won't make any difference. and that may be doing something. Yeah, it's not so bad. It's a lie, but it's okay, as long as someone's figuring out that's not true eventually, he'll show it and prove it's not true. We read that in scripture now that it hit me. What his people are constantly saying, we could read it. I don't know where right now exactly, but it's in there. What does following you anyways have to, I don't know how the words are, but it says this, like what I'm saying. They're speaking of what the mind and heart is doing. Following you, what is that? What good is that in us anyway? What will we gain? The Israelites are doubting, they're not believing. Like, oh, your way is trash. What good will we get out of it anyways? Might as well sin. Oh no. Oh no, that's what they're thinking. Don't do that, people, and they do. Because what's the truth? Blessings and cursings for going the wrong way. What are people tempted to do? Say there's no difference between the two. He won't do us any good if we do what's right. He won't do us any evil. Judgment, punishment if we do what's wrong. You read that too. What's he going to do? Nothing. That's what they think. While they're doing that, they're already dead and blind and delusional and destroyed, not even knowing or perceiving it in the way it needs to. It's in prison while it says that. It's acting like it's free, but it's in prison. That's what the picture looks like. Thinking it's free and it's saying that while it's in prison. Pretty blind. It's frustrating because of this true blinding. You can't say anything to them to convince someone because of this blinding. They'll never agree or believe it unless the Father shows them mercy to. It's frustration. Going insane in this world. Chased by devils all the day long. Attacked. And then never agreeing, never owning up, never getting to see this, man. Unless it's another believer. It's rare out here. I don't have anyone else here. So all we're going to see all day long is lies constantly and denial. Well, maybe that's why we think about good things, because everything else about this is all just darkness and evil continually. That's all that's on the mind, think about the good things, whatever we read there, whatever is good. It's monstrous. We need, we need, and then he proves we need him because of this monstrous thing, the attacks and everything, the blinding, the delusion. We need the Creator to protect us, Father to protect us, and go right through the enemies without getting eaten up and consumed fully. Sheep is walking right through among wolves. It's a miracle. There's great cowardly fear when someone thinks they destroyed you and then they see you're doing just fine. You're alive. Great fear. It says, come, wake up, resurrect. They didn't kill you. And then there's great fear that grips them. Not the right kind of fear. It's always all for backwards. It's the fear that you're not dead. This is evil. It's fearing you're not dead because it wants it dead. This is an evil kind of fear. It's a cowardly fear. That's a dark heart that wants someone to be in destruction and in prison. How could this world agree with anything that his people say when knowing it's this blind? It will never agree as it is now. As long as the beastly kingdoms are as they are, it won't agree. It won't believe. So just all these things are all there when he gives in the mind in us. So when I hear peace or some kind of trick going on, good news for, the world's going to do some real good soon, it's monstrous to me. It's nasty. It's not true. It's a lie because of all these other understandings he's given, proving them. They'll be tempted. People will be tempted. His way always looks evil. Something to just know and see. To this world, it looks evil and foolish. So this world will try to proclaim peace and all this stuff that it cares and is doing good. This is why we read when they say peace then sudden destruction. For that reason, because it's this blind and backwards, it's lying. He's not going to bless their way, making all the evil things one. Oh, the world starts saying peace. It's time to get the trumpet out now. This is crazy. The world's saying peace. You hear that? That's some bad news for the world. In the real world, people would think you're insane, evil, and crazy. Actually saying this with the belief and understanding. In this world, they will instantly condemn it. Just interesting what he's done. It's interesting to me. Amazing. I know he set it up so that this world can't believe us and that it always thinks we're doing evil and are evil. It's been set up like that. So someone trying to go the opposite way, see it's wrong because of this truth. And if they know him, I know he'll show them what they need to see, correct them, start perceiving this thing, and then you won't be asking or wanting something that cannot be. Just don't ask for it anymore or wish it. Hope for it, I guess. It cannot be that someone that's an enemy loves you. So don't hope for it, like expecting it just because we want it, even if it's family members. They got to be one with Messiah to be one with us, not their enemies. They're going to hate everything that's good and true. The kingdom of heaven is a threat at all times to this world. We could see that in his word plainly, or with all over. But King Herod, it's a threat. Oh, this world's turning upside down. Everyone's going to believe. We got to stop them. That's what we read in Acts and everywhere somewhere else. I think it's in Acts. You know, if the church world cannot perceive what that means, it's actually hysterical to some degree because they're screaming and saying, "Oh, trouble, the gospel, the kingdom. This is not good. Everyone's going to believe soon." It's saying that out of a backwards heart, literally backwards, hating good, worried about it spreading. So this spirit is in everyone with the anti-Messiah spirit. So I'm just saying, it's not just for a few people. They will have doctrine that lines up with this. They'll mock anything that's good or true. They'll mock the kingdom of heaven. They'll mock the Messiah. They'll do something else, whatever. Or they'll just teach about the anti-Messiah if we can see it. Or they're agreeing with anti-Messiah because their Messiah is not the true Messiah. It's a different spirit, another spirit, a different gospel, like we read. So what's interesting about this is it makes it look like people want him to come. There's something real about this in some kind of carnal way, but they don't want the true Messiah at all. That's what he showed me. Like, why does it sometimes look real, like they really are connected? Because there is a spiritual connection in worship. And it's about anti-Messiah. It's that blind and confused, man. They're trying to convert everyone. And I'm convinced under the false Messiah, specifically his word, scripture, this Messiah, false Messiah, that would be the most evil thing to do, is not to proclaim Buddhism, but get everyone together as one under the God man and say that, you know, this has been our God all along. We just didn't really see it. We all had the same God all along. It's time to get along now. Yeah, right. It's going to bring the kingdom of heaven on earth. How bad that is. It's so bad, it's going to bring the kingdom of heaven on earth. Weird thing they're doing. It's they want to test. The spirit of error and sin is to test the creator. It says don't test him. It's like they want to do evil just to see if something happens. It's what this world is lusting to do all the time. So they're doing that while hating any actual truth or message on the kingdom of heaven, that their beastly kingdoms will be taken from them. They hate that, don't want that, don't believe that, while they're testing to see if something goes on. Pretty monstrous. That's what the carnal man's always doing. You're screwed if you do, you're screwed if you don't when it's in a delusion. It's that blind and stupid. You can't satisfy carnal people. It's not even possible. Because satisfaction is some kind of good thing through it. Could be evil too, but so then the opposite of being satisfied and content is not being satisfied and content. So it's just confused, blind. If it answers this way, it hates it. If it answers that way, it hates it. In the John the Baptist, there's a good example of what I'm seeing happen. It's happening all the time, everywhere. You'll find that brick wall that they run into in both ways. You can't please them. If you do this, they hate you. If you do that, they hate you. If you do them evil, they're coming for you. If you do them good works from the Father, they're coming for you even more. How much it hates good. Doing good works also, it's exposing bad work. So wants to murder you. And then, if you do evil to someone, we know what this world, it wants to revenge instantly and murder, so we're screwed either way with people who don't know the Father. Can't please them. Probably shouldn't try then with that expectation. What we're doing then is trying to become like what? One with them, with the evil, to, sort of side with, and the scriptures teach this a lot too. Every single thing is in there. Every little detail of life is in his word. What about sounding the alarm, sounding the trumpet when someone is warned and they don't do that? Well, then the blood is on their own head. It's a strict, narrow way. Seems hard and cold, right? The carnal man, but he gets us to do it, gives us the heart to do it, and then blessings come. Because it's a sin to know something and then not warn people and just let the enemy overtake them. We could read about this. The blood, the life is on their own head then. That's for us to know true and do it. The rest of the world won't be doing that, but this is the truth. So just speaking truth without shrinking back and trying not to get persecution. The judgment's all on them now. You're cleared and free of that one, this thing. You weren't, did whatever you're supposed to do. Will he test us about this thing? Yeah, eventually his people at some point will be put into a test to do this, and they won't escape it. No, they won't. Indeed, they are his people. They won't escape the test. They'll have to do what's right. They'll have to know about it and do it. And watch the people not listen. Well, then why do it anyways? Because he's raising us up to do what's right with no other intention. To actually do good with is what love is, with no other intention. That is the only way. It's not about everyone else not listening or about us. It's about us doing what's right no matter what. It's his way, not man's way. The rest of the world will be doing everything with different intentions for self-gain. That can't be for us because he's not selfish. He's not. That's his teaching is itself. Therefore, the works he needs to get us to do is not selfish. It will be for in his image, the good intentions to do because it's the right thing to do for our growing, overcoming sin, which selfishness is. So we can't do that for selfish reasons. It's sin. That's for the world. Let them figure out dead things. We always want to put you in the world. What would you do if you were mayor? I wouldn't be mayor. That's for them. I'm not trying to fix what can't be fixed. His people can't. They should know we're not trying to fix the whole world. What can't be go against the Father's prophecy and truth, not understanding what it means to follow after the Lamb. Trying to fix the world is to break everything that's true, because the world has to be like this in order to overcome sin and death and be tested. We try to fix the very thing that tests us. Nonsense. But I didn't see that in the beginning like that. But whatever is true, it will be dumb too. Stupid. Whatever is not true will be dumb. Stupid. Also. These are the things he gets us to care about and do. We can't compare ourselves to the world. They'll always just trash it as nothing. Oh, big deal. What are you caring about this so much for, this and that? Not seeing any of it while they say that. All we should expect. Remembering it's a child, something like a child. How long will you love a worthless thing? A worthless thing, he asks. We could read that. Children are in love with the worthless thing that's not doing anything. Like a kid stuck with little toys. Can't be like that forever to grow up and live in this world. It's the pictures, right? It's proclaiming these toys are everything, and we're going, what? What value is in what they talk about and do? Put away childish things. But he was a child when he was a child. He did this. Now he grow up and put away childish things. So what's funny to the world is like been in the opposite direction. Not funny to me. It keeps going. What's not perversion to them is perversion. It's like a kid constantly. I don't why. Why does it think it's funny? Because it's still a kid. Why does it think all this perversion is funny? It's still a kid. And there's judgment and smoke on them, torment. So it's like hard to put into words what I'm seeing when they smirk and do these things. It's like deep inside somewhere it knows it's in rebellion, and it's childish. It can't do anything else. It's like trying to hide that shame. Like Adam and Eve running to the trees, covering himself. Powerful, teaching so much right there in Genesis, all by itself. How do you protect something that's true? Well, one way is, well, there's trillions of ways, but one way would be to say Adam and Eve does not represent everyone and create a different story about what it does. And once that's done, there is no connection or meaning or value to what sin they do, why it's happening, because they remove the first thing already to remove all the others. But it is everyone. And this is why Adam does this, because he's weak and can't not do it. And Eve, the same. And everyone sins in this way, like that, breaking his voice, being sold under sin to the devil. The Creator's going to buy everyone back. He's already buying a few right now, as promised. It's proof that he could easily buy everyone back. Buys a few back. Why wouldn't he buy everyone else back if he could do it with a few already? Sold under sin. It's interesting. It's like there's no vain word. It means something. Bought back with the price. So now do his thing. What you did this before. Now you've been bought. Now you do this. He's got the money to do it, and it's not about something like that, but the picture still fits nevertheless. If everyone was sold, he can just buy us back. And then it's a war. Big, huge war, spiritual war. Oh, there's spiritual blood everywhere. It's real bad. Father says, John, which is not just for him, come see the judgment, in spirit. Come see the judgment. So it's like we read that for our admonition. Come in spirit. And then we get the picture of him floating over here. It's because to perceive his things, it kind of like, okay, to see this, you have to like, okay, and then you go over here to see it in spirit. See the spiritual judgments and the destruction it plagues on the church world. See, come see the judgment on her. Look at it. What do you think? He's in he's, he's in disbelief, like wondering at the fact that everyone's wondering and marveling after the beast. If that's true for him, it will be perceived for his people also, and it has. In fact, he started showing me that before showing me that scripture. It's like it already was true. Started showing me that, like, I can't believe it's this bad. And then there's the scripture. There it is. And in spirit is the only way to see it. And it's not for John only, but for everyone in this eye. The one thing is for all. It's all one. So it's not as if it always was true. They sell a lot of books on that book for understanding and meaning, making books, breaking his way to make profit on his word. making money selling books on the meaning that they got from thinking or from hearing someone else thinking, trying their best, but it's only going to be foolish though. Once the real understanding starts coming in, everything that's sold with the carnal mind is just nonsense. Although there is an end though, it doesn't change that. Just that it's always been true. Call to come out of her, always true. She's coming down though, even though spiritually destroyed, but she's coming down now too at the end. Now we just might witness. It's already starting to look gloomy for the, for what's going on in the world. It seems like, it's not going back. It's going to keep snowballs started already. It's going to keep going until the snowball is destroyed at the bottom. Maybe he's teaching something through the snowball. The only end is destruction, and it's at its biggest right before destruction, most monstrous evil before destruction. That's the beginning of new creation. Genesis is the destruction. Chaos and void and darkness all over, no loss. It's in destruction, out of order. Destruction's the beginning of new creation. A rebuilding with laws, day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because he declares the end right from the beginning, like we can read. People believe that, they would see that nothing else could go except for what's declared. What, if it's been declared, that's what will happen, whether people like it or not. So it's interesting that Genesis is a destruction, like it's out of order. The creation, well, his people, the creation, is a spiritual destruction, out of order at the end. That's the beginning of the new creation. It needs to go into destruction in order to rebuild it. And everyone's going to get exposed like Adam and Eve. Their covering stripped off, needing the Father's covering. But for a few, it happens first. Before this great judgment, there's a few he's exposing now, the generations up to it, to the end, the Messiah exposing them, showing them what they were, what then start seeing, what the world is also. He doesn't just expose, whatever they say, people going into hell forever. Exposes his people first. And so now he does that. And then we read, expose those who contradict, and we go expose darkness and lies because he does that first to us. Expose us, expose others. Messiah was doing the Father's will, and he got disciples that were given to him to teach them, to get them to him. That's it. No other intention. False prophets, something else is going on. They're owning, playing tricks, deceiving, not wanting someone to be born. which is to not want them to live at all, not have the Father at all, but to be in their name. And if it's not going to be in my name, well, screw it. And I don't want to do any good. So own and die. Someone doing these works are dead already right now. See these works continually. No good. If it's not with the true intention and purpose and goal of wanting people to be alive and healed and want their good, no other intention putting them above self, Messiah gets down to serve, putting others above him. And that's the highest his people can go, is no higher than the master. No servant is greater than the master. So what is this world doing? Raising itself above others, doing it for self, and not wanting them to be born, but in their own name to control them and use the weakness and heavy laden of sins, and the devil somehow doing all this with Father's judgment so consistent and perfect. The false prophet can use people and keep them there because of his judgments being true, to serve its own self and for self gain and status, and prove it's good, mighty. It's a nasty thing going on inside. They do their best not to look like that's happening. But under the sheepskin, it should look pretty decent. That's the whole point of wolves and sheep clothing. And it look some kind of part. Pride can't be detected when we're dead. We don't know what it really is and what the opposite of it is. If we give in more and more, we'll start seeing it. It was there all along. Start seeing all kinds of strange things, like stupidity I've never seen before, even like literally, naturally, about people. Different divisions. Then someone does something real dumb and the devil gets offended because he sees himself. So how does he protect that? He gets angry and makes fun of it to try and prove that that's not himself. Oh, don't do this. That really annoys me. Don't do this. This guy's this. He looks like this. And no, it goes on and on. It's a mess. It's because it sees itself. It always does the same things too in its heart. Points the finger, condemns it, murders it. And someone else is doing the same to the other guy. They're all doing it. Seeing clearly, I mean, that's what it looks like in the dark. Killing, stumbling, not a mess. We'll see that all over the place. In the YouTube comments, they're like monstrous. It's everywhere. You'll see the spiritual worship. And if something is said about someone's God, it's murder time. You can't talk to my God like that. Plus, I'm always right. You can't say I'm wrong. This stiff, hardcore pride everywhere. Everybody's playing like they're tough until actual truth is given, and then they have to mock it and try to attack it, to try to continue to prove they're tough. And that whatever they think is right is true, when it's not seeing all the divisions, each one thinking it's right and true, divided against the next. So if it only received from the Father, it would know true doctrine if they wanted to do the Father's will. The Messiah said, whoever seeks to do the Father's will know true teaching, true doctrine. It will know. Those that don't actually care at all and are not doing the Father's will don't know. It's the only way. See, he guards his way where no one can fake it or pretend. Not doing his will, not wanting to. No truth. Void. No doctrine from him to know. Teaching. Blind. Deceived. But those that are showing that his word is true. Start knowing. There's no fakery. You actually have to want to do his will and be doing his will like Messiah did. That's the only path of receiving truth, blessing, and coming out of each. The other thing, no, just delusion, punishment. He's separating all those who are doing his will and not separating the two things. Everything he's doing is like breaking down the old man. And if he's going to save all, that means we're not rising above someone else. Breaks us, keeps breaking us down. Prodigal son, that one that's already there is jealous of another one coming in. He says, You're you're already next to me, you already have this and that, but this one's repenting. This one was lost. Don't you remember that you were lost too? You already have all these things. So even his own people have to overcome that, be tempted to do that. His own people are needing to be chastised and figure this out and do it. How much more those that don't know the Father? It's just envious all the time. And it's gross anyways. I've seen it more than it's really nice not to be actually envious. That's the miracle he can do in someone. Just get it out, burn it out, destroy it, piece by piece. There's no fakery. There's actually overcoming envy for real and lust and anything we need to overcome. Pretty amazing. Man can't overcome lust and all the problems that he has with women and everything. He could do it. Doing it in a few. When you cut off the eyes after a while, there's no more eyes to lust for. The old man's eyes cutting off, but it's not boom, done in one day. It's through mistakes and seeing that we're doing it that he destroys it right in the midst of doing the sin. They don't understand his way. It's not teaching to sin, it's just that this is how he does it. You'll always know when he shows you something that you're doing it, and that's when he starts destroying it. Indeed, that's what is going on. That's what we're doing. Right? So it's like a grind. It takes a severe amount of patience because you won't be able to get where you want at our own speed. This is all backwards. You might want to overcome something quicker, and it's not happening quicker. Maybe that's why the patience of the saints, we read that. Kind of a different meaning than waiting in line a little longer for McDonald's burger or something. Although that is good too, patience itself. But there's a altogether thing that's not perceived and understood what it is by the world. And if we're doing that, I mean, that's like the real thing. We got patience on something so great up there in the heavens like that, the greater thing, Just a matter of time before the other thing, too. People won't like it when they see it. Like it. Can't force them to like it. Banging the head doesn't fix the problem. So it is doing what he says, not writing some doctrine down and says, we got the whole world to save. We're the church world. We're going to make peace on earth. They're actually breaking his way, but not really, only in delusion, getting punished, but they're not, it's not the true way. Do what he tells you. That's what the way is. Do what the Messiah is telling. It's evidence and proof to me that the true Messiah is not telling them what to do, because he doesn't tell his people and command them to break the Father's word, to go out land and sea and get everybody, because that's not the truth. He's not going to do that for everyone all at once. And they're acting like they know. I don't know who's going to believe. That's the real reality to be in, and any other believer. Their works are proving like they know. Everyone, it's your choice. You got to know. Save them all. Tell everyone. It's not how it's working. Father knows. But see, there's no actual saving going on through the delusion, though. So one sinner that repents is 1,000 trillion times more valuable than all the people they converted into death. Counts for nothing. A little more efficient this way, even if it is a few that will end up believing. There's no value in being converted into death. So one actual sinner that repents because, doing the works through us, we will see. That's the right way. That's the true way. How does someone know? It's like putting ourselves in the place of the Creator, his throne. How does someone know? Oh, today I'm going to save this person. I know he'll believe. Nonsense. That's prideful. They don't actually know. Isn't that what we read too? How will you know if the wife or the husband, one of the two, will believe? You say, how will you know? Don't act like we know. It's the teaching. Don't do something in a way that's already assuming it's over, or the other way too, assuming they'll believe, doing the works that line up with that. It's I don't know, so just do what's right all the time. That's all. Don't make assumptions. That's what we're seeing there. You make an assumption that the husband's wife won't ever believe, and starts believing and acting like that. Don't do that. Or even the other way, that he will, and it's as if it will, but we can't do that either. Hoping someone does, or making a prayer, nothing wrong, but out of not knowing. I think that's it. I think I have to wake up somewhat early in the morning, which I'm not looking forward to. It's interesting because I can't do what I used to do. I see the purpose of it all, though. Even all the sins and all the not knowing and all the reading and smoking and reading more and watching. I see the purpose of it, though. Where I'm at right now, I just can't do what I did before. Out of knowing, more belief, more trust. He just shows us what we need to see instead of looking for it out there, asking him, seeing the proof of that. So don't have to do that anymore. And to do that is like to be saying someone is 30, I'm going back to when I was 10. It doesn't even make sense to do it like that. That's why I can't go back to like exactly whatever it was, however long back. Neither someone else really. The more the Father gives for real, the less we're doing all those other wrong things, out of not knowing, desperation, pride, whatever's going on. The less and less that happens, the less you need to be needed. See, people will perceive that, won't like it. Condemn it as evil to not be needed like that, needing to be needed and condemn it. It has nothing to do with, you know, hating someone, murdering someone, or having love. Need nothing to do. In fact, needing to be needed has connections with hatred and pride and insecurities and selfish. Not needing to be needed means in that kind of way, you don't do things to try to go along and fill that up, lining up with that neediness. Those things start stopping. If there's a real neediness to be needed, there's certain things people will do always and live as according to that, connected to it. And the picture's always good to throw in there. Just because someone's not a 5-year-old and now they're 30, it doesn't mean they hate someone because of that truth. It's utter nonsense. In fact, the baby is the one that doesn't know what's going on. It's good that they're, but backwards. I've seen this thing. It's like it's proving. They're thinking they're proving that going from 10 years old to 30, calling it evil because the 30-year-old not needing to be needed in the same way like he's 10 or 5, you see. And you give the natural picture. What on earth does that have to do with hating or not hating someone all by itself? Nothing. Nothing at all. It doesn't mean it can't be done. Love, hate. But what does it have to do with it by itself? Nothing. It's those that are needy and insecure still that will call his people that they don't care because they're not seeing straight. It's going to look like they don't care. It's out of sin that it's saying that. It's not seeing it, not seeing what the right way is. The heart is not desperately wicked in the same way it was. He's cutting off. It's not desperate to control people or be needy or do things, control, look at self, make a lot of noise. You just pass by. It looks like you don't care about anyone. It's a lie. They're just unnoticed in this world as people. I know it. Because they need to live the example of exactly that, maturing and not having the need to be neediness. So then if everyone despises them and falsely accuses and hates them, it becomes a pretty hardcore reality for his people. They're not doing things to be neediness like that, like everyone else. He's proving it. But the world will keep pounding them away. What do they want? What evil did someone do? You know, it's strange. It's confused. I think Messiah asked that too, like, what evil did I do? Start naming it. What wrong did I do? It's all out of confusion. He didn't do any evil or wrong. See, wherever we read that, it's out of the Pharisees being in a ton of sin, not seeing anything. Keeping the Father's way is sin to enemies. That's all it sees. But his way, when someone's keeping it, there was no actual sin. It's just that his way is sin. It's exposing them, which is real sin. And we do read that no one counsels him. No one's taught him. The Father's not a baby with baby spirit, needing to be needed like that. It's not who he is. His people need to be in the same image. Desperate for attention. Oh, they can make those accusations. It's not the truth. Never seen selflessness and love yet for themselves. So that's why I make those accusations. It's always going to look like the Father is sinning or sin to the carnal man or whatever his true way is. And it's actually the opposite. He raises people up. That's what we read. From like a little baby, it gets raised up. Maybe that word means something. Yes, it does. The Messiah was raised up, you know, even though he's a special chosen one in that he's the King of Kings. From birth, I believe is what we read there. He was born from birth, but throughout the years, learning and growing, learning through suffering. So obviously, not knowing is not sin by itself. They make things up. Always making things up, and it's 180. Not knowing is not sin. That sounds crazy probably to this world. I'm sure it does. If not knowing is a sin for real, then Messiah was a sinner, period. Because we read he learned through suffering. Learned. What do they think was going on until he was 30? Doing his father's business? Well, nothing was going on. He didn't learn anything. So obviously not knowing is a sin by itself. It's not a sin. Sounds strange, doesn't it? It sounded strange to me when he gave me the understanding. Just to really see it and believe it. And it answers a few other things too. They don't know the true Messiah. They don't know what the Father did and what the plan of creation. Messiah is like the proof of what the Father will do, but it's not. He's not proof to them. Their Messiah is God, which learned and grew and didn't want to do God's will, but let your will be done, God, but not my God, my own. And we could go on a long way, see all these ultimately foolish things where the scriptures say over and over, he's a man, son of man, that he was the sacrifice and he was resurrected, and that he understands. He already went through it. Don't we read we have somebody that could understand perfectly? Because everything the Father does is real. No, it's not good enough just for the Father to be who he is. The perfect thing is actually having someone that literally went through it just like we will, and not the creator, because that's not the exact same thing in truth. That the creator is a man and he went through it all like that, learn and grew in sin. No, he gives us the perfect thing. Someone did go through it and overcame the world for real, and went through the same harsh, brutal murderous attacks. And they fulfilled the Father's will by killing him, not having a clue, not having a clue that that's what they did. To actually accomplish something much greater and good through the evil. Father just tricked them utterly, man, because they didn't know. And we even read that how is it worded? If they knew, we read the word Lord there, I think, of mercy, the Messiah. If they knew, the enemies and everyone, the devil, that what they were about to do was going to cause something great, those that would believe after, to actually overcome the works of the devil, is what this led to, of which there was no such thing before. The devil just shot himself in the foot, and it's not over yet. He's going to utterly conquer because of what happened. So, the devil, boom, just contradicted, shooting himself in the foot. We'll see that all the time with people contradicting and shooting themselves in the foot all the time while they were thinking they're smart. They became fools and accomplished something to destroy its own self. Might as well be funny. To some degree. His word goes out and it doesn't come back void. Good, darkness, and evil. It's doing exactly what it comes back and does exactly what it needs to. His word, not just for certain things, but everything, even for all the deception and evil. His word goes out and is proving things. All the people resisting and hating, proving all his other word. His word goes out, proving his word is true through the lies and darkness. Without that, where would the proof come in for real? If we start seeing, we need to, and start seeing, and we'll see more, that his word is true. It's being proved. It's because of the lies and delusion that exist that's so strongly proved it's true. Going out doing exactly what he wants. There's too many things to talk about. So I guess if I don't end it right here, I might not get any sleep. So, although I feel like I'm okay with saying that because it's the right time, but I can't even say I won't do this or that anymore. Just say, I'm just going to do that. It's over. Like it's already like showing me. I just won't make another video ever again, or I'll just take a month off. And you start not asking for things, that's going against whatever you've shown. It's truth. I guess ultimately, if he gives me a break, then that's when I'm going to have a break. If I say it, it's in a delusion. I can't do it. See too much. What's really going to happen? This could be applied to anything and everything. How would I know? But the Spirit speaks to his people and not to the carnal man. So this doesn't apply to someone that doesn't believe, obviously, because he's not speaking to them or showing them that. So it's going to be foolishness to him or her that doesn't see him, doesn't know. For his people, he can't do that. Messiah couldn't do that. How about a delay, at least another year, or another way completely? Well, it wasn't the Father's will. You didn't have to pray for it. It was his will that be done, and that's what it was. Don't say I'll go over here or there. See, not seeing something, it just doesn't sound like there's any authority in his word, might cause confusion. That's he answers though. I remember seeing that. He asks and he starts answering. The reason why people do that and they can get away with it is because his judgment seals them up and traps them. If they say they're going to do this a month from now, who cares about the Creator? So often they get exactly what they want so that they stay in a delusion, and believe the lie that they have power and can do whatever they want. He's actually allowing it and pushing it in that direction so that they get trapped in it. No one would ever believe this in this world, Where's the proof for them? Although the proof is like insanely evident the more he shows us, but for the world there is no proof. It starts clearing up some things though to understand that. We read about the scriptures everywhere saying his judgments, learn the judgments too, not just his commandments. Speaks of his judgments a lot. Start knowing what they are, what we're supposed to learn, know what they are. And there's all kinds of examples in there in his word on showing how he does this thing to give someone a delusion so they believe a lie. So I guess for his people, what I would say, be careful what we want real bad. Let's be very careful with what we want. He might just have to show us and give us what we want, and it's not going to be good. And then we'll agree it wasn't good. But it would be better to not go through like a heavy judgment. But maybe it's necessary to see something brand new. I couldn't say. Necessary to see that it was no good and agree with him. But still, being careful what we really want. That's different. That's 180 from asking whatever is true from him and his will, instead of just automatically believing what we want or to be true or to do this or that. Because he'll make it happen somehow. They wanted false prophets. They didn't want the Father's voice. This is a big teaching. The many called. So he gave them kings, gave them other things. You want him like that, like the other nations. Okay. See, they're not controlling him. That's for our admonition to show us how he judges. And what they wanted, which is a negative thing, not to obey his voice, accomplishes exactly what he wants anyways, that there's kings in the kingdom, that there's priests in the kingdom, that there's all the different things that happen within it and the teachings for now and to come, and judges and all the other things. By them not wanting to hear him, accomplished his will anyways, man. And if they do hear him out, it accomplishes his will. So yeah, it's bad for us to want some smooth profit, smooth words, lies. But those that go through that, it's accomplishing what he wants anyways. That's absolutely necessary, of which without wouldn't have existed. Kings, priests, judges, give us all these things. Well, we see that as a negative thing in scripture, like the not obeying his voice, wanting other things, running away from. Yeah, it is negative. It is no good, but it nevertheless accomplishes all these other things through that. Joseph, the 12, all that evil accomplished what he wanted. The grand plan and teaching lesson. And it works out something good. It's all over in his word. That's why we read the apostle saying this, that he works all things for the good. Not calling evil good, but working out through the evil, ends up, you could make something work out perfectly good the way it needs to be, of which without the evil wouldn't have worked out like that the way it needed to. Yeah, and his people are supposed to be experiencing that, living it. So when they read his word, they're just reading about themselves along the process, but not so for those that don't believe. Not so. Showing us what he does. Whatever is in his word is what he does, and now the meaning and understanding obviously has to be given, but nevertheless, in his word, he's showing us what he's done before and what he's still doing. What he will do. So you never know. That's why we can read not to despise like the evil or something coming, because you never know exactly how he's going to work something out. And he gives balls, so if we read, shall we not accept one, just one and not the other? Not being confused about who the creator is. He gives both. He adds and he takes away, not just one or one and the other, but both. This is like ultimate belief in subjection or submitting, I should say, to the creator. For a good purpose for the person. And so the devil, the enemy's way, is just all backwards. It's chaos. There is no direction. There is knowing where you come from or where you go. And it's all punished and not working out for a good just yet. Although it is in a way. But, in the meantime, not being blessed like the same way. Not having faith, not seeing where you're at, not knowing where you're at, not believing where we're at, what we'll do, not experiencing what we read about the saints, like Abraham. Someone that doesn't believe can't perceive anything, so they wouldn't know if it were even happening for them. But it's not like that for them. They're not getting to see it all right now, the miracles. Can't see that in the same way. The nations are a drop in the bucket, and he was trying to save them all, couldn't, and there were no spiritual ever until Messiah, which is real overcoming a sin and not before. You know, it's like they're powerless, showing who he is through only Jerusalem, not the nations. knowing that a drop in a bucket doesn't mean he, will torture them and dump them forever. It has nothing to do with that. His power, that he's not going to reveal himself to Gentile nations, or Gentiles that are staying. Gentiles have to be grafted in. Doesn't do that with them. They have to be the example of worshiping other gods and all these other things constantly. The world. The Gentile nations are the world. Israel should be his people coming out of this world. Yeah, one of the purposes is to show his power. Like we read the plagues, everything, to fame the power throughout the land. To know that he is the only creator. Maybe it'll be ultimately shown someday. It's always been leading up to. But every time it's seen in this world, they instantly are blinded and can't believe anything and try to bury it. Anything that's good and true. It's stunning what this world does, what it can't do, why it always tries to hide truth. Desperate to control and rule in their kingdoms. It's a mad love for this world. Spiritual attachment. It's not a good thing to see someone that's really stuck in loving this world. That's not good. It needs to be coming out of it. I think I'm going to end it here soon here, but one of the other books that so many people believe in that are scripture, I don't know, Jubilees or whatever. I started reading some of it some time back because I needed to figure out if this is what people were saying, like, oh, scriptures that are forgotten and left out or something. But he showed me utterly that they're not. It's just a bunch of blasphemy and contradiction. But one of them is Pharaoh cries out and thanks the Lord and is saved right as the flood comes and is put back to be a pharaoh and king for many years. I know who wrote that book. It's monstrous. That's exactly what he's shown me. They're desperately wanting to be kings and gods and have to be worshipped. It's pathetic and sad, but it's funny too at times. Hilarious that to write a whole book just to save Pharaoh. It's a contradiction. It's stupid and evil, and I see why it's done. That's the real important thing. And you try to show this, and man, not accepted. The people stuck on those books. Everything about sin he's showing me that people won't change. They're stuck. Those who teach Enoch, they won't stop teaching Enoch. They can't. Those who ignore all the contradictions, don't try to not say anything about them, and then you're giving it. So what's this? What's this? What's this? Can't you see this? This is monstrous and simple. No, no, you don't have Holy Spirit. They still do what they do. Still teach contradictions and telling these things are truth and lies. They don't want to look into them. That's the truth. He proved it to me. I haven't seen anybody change yet concerning that, but I stopped. I'm not doing that. I'm just, when I was trying to find out, asking about these things, that's when I was sharing my experience. There was resistance, hard, bitter resistance for everything. Like always proof that it's true too. It's like bitter resistance, something that's true. Running away and never answering anything. I don't care that someone they will do what they do, but for me, it's shown me they're a lie. They're only there to just cause more confusion, contradictions. It's like the devil's desperate to have his own book. They're there to attack. but it's so much deeper than that. It's not, oh, I put away these books, now I know the Father, now I'm of the truth. So much, but still, it's just another trick, another divisions, confusion, angels getting circumcised, monster stuff that's not in the scripture, contradicting left and right. False calendars, everything. People love it. People love it. But commanding someone to put a book down, using it as an example, and then they do, what does that have to do with knowing the Father and all these other things that we have to learn? So it's commanding the letters kill in that way, because all the person did was just obey a simple, literal, natural command. What did that do for knowing the Father and overcoming sin and death? Nothing by itself. He has to speak to the person himself to give the understanding and want, and then it can put something down with the right understanding and intention and knowing the Father himself. Then it's right. Commanding someone to change their clothes and then they do it, it's only going to make them more, it's going to tempt them to be more prideful and self-righteous than they were. And sure enough, we could see this thing. They can't find it. The whole entire New Testament, there is no command like that, like a carnal man command. You could give someone something, but it's not done in that kind of way, because his people know they need the Messiah first to believe in, to have first. Otherwise, everything else is worthless. Done. Not all these other ways, tricks, obeying a bunch of people, do this all, to the letter. Trick. In Proverbs, I think I have to find it because it's a big deal. Something about rebuking unbelievers, Gentiles, full of the foolish. It makes some kind of evil come back on us. There is something to handling Gentiles, sinners, unbelievers versus those who claim to believe. If we do it wrong, that's what we're going to experience, is the judgment for it. That's one of the things to learn and find out. Because where's the example of Messiah, just going real hard at unbelievers and trying to prove they're sinners, going hard. We won't win their game. They're willing to lie and do anything. They're willing to murder. They're already doing it. It'll only hurt us. Looks like that's what it is. There's a different way of doing it. Seems like so often the best thing is just literally walk away and run away. I mean, just don't react to it. Start reacting to it, and then you get caught up in devils screaming at you and doing all this. And that's what I'm finding out, though. I have to find out for myself, first. And so another test, another test, another test, until we do what's right. Because rebuking a sinner, now it's showing me doesn't make sense anyway. They know nothing. All they do is evil all day long with their heart. Rebuking it as if it's supposed to do good. But I need to learn more about it, but I'm seeing something about it. that it's no good. I think we're supposed to do that. Trying to prove it's a sinner, things like that. I've seen what the devil does, so he just needs to give you the words, but there's a certain way about it that you can't do with the same kind of like rebuking a brother, but differently. Because there's nothing to chastise or correct. Doesn't believe yet, but someone that says they believe, if they're a brother, rebuke them sharply. They will walk away winning in their mind anyways, deceived, because the carnal man in God is never wrong inside. That beast is always right, and it smirks, thinks it's smart. It's so cowardly and wicked, man. I've seen it so much lately. It's so pathetic, but it thinks it knows, and we have to live with that, just like a rebellious child, screaming and raging. Don't even have to do anything. Just show up and move past them. They do evil, then they look at you and they're screaming and raging. They did evil, now they're trying to put it all on you. They're afraid. The Creator's getting them, man. They're in wrath, the wrath of the devil. They're under his judgment. This is seen more and more, but I can see in simple things when someone's not raging. It's all about itself. It can't be wrong with anything. It always tries to correct you because it wants to be right and you wrong, to prove it's right, to prove it's God still. All day long it needs to do this. The simplest things too. Could be anything. Just a slight correction, say something. Big deal. Oh, it's a big deal. It resists it. There's no slight correction in the carnal man, nothing. 50%. Oh no, 45%. 45%. It's desperately wanting to put evil on his people. Desperately wants to prove his people lie. And their definition of lies has nothing to do with lies because they're trying to create the thing. They create something that makes it look like in their mind someone's lying, and then you lie because they did that. It's monstrous. It is a monster. So like a roaring lion, devil, carnal man. All day long it does this to people. I know it. Doing it every day, and its heart is living that truth, its own so-called truth. And it tells people it loves people, a lie, some other intention to look good and cover self, not actual love. This is where people run away, because if someone's doing this continually in their heart and they hear something that's true, it's attacking them. The Father's word is cutting them up. They go away. It's just difficult seeing it over and over again, seeing this evil thing. It's always been there, removing the blinding and then sending it your way, sending the sending the enemy your way, test you to prove what this evil is, that this is what the heart is to the enemy. The reality of a carnal man is not knowing anything, a coward, prideful, always needing to be needed, God in its own mind, needing to prove it's a God in its own mind. So anytime something's exposed in it, if it were to be exposed, it rages. It tries to put all of what it is on you because it's actually a coward. It tries to pretend, maybe try to go, I'm going to beat this person up, I'll chase. It tries to do all these things to make it look like it's strong. while it does that, it's proving it's evil, proving it wants to murder you. It's so crazy and insane. I can't believe it. All the time happens. Someone wanting to, angry, raging, trying to get out of their car, trying to chase you, trying to follow you like they followed Messiah. They're proving they're wicked, that they want to eat you up and devour you and murder you, that their anger is always murder and wrath in a negative, evil way every single time. But it's not proof in the middle of doing it. Why? Because the Father blinds everyone who attacks. Every single time they do this, they have no clue what they're doing. They're literally blinded on the spot and become utterly stupid and put to shame. Because at the end, that's what will be revealed for all people. Utter stupidity and shame. I can't imagine what it would be like. Every time they did this evil thing, there was no reality to it. It was utterly stupid and blind. That's a lot to own up to, man. That's the thing they ran from all their life. I can't imagine what it would be like. It's already difficult enough getting cut off piece by piece, let alone being exposed all at once. This is what Messiah is talking about, body and soul and Gehenna fire. Oh, he's able to do it. He's able to destroy and expose all at once. Boom, destruction. Boom, shame and contempt, unimaginable. Whereas the shame and contempt for his people is piece by piece by piece, not all at once. The wide gate, the narrow way. He's going to accomplish the same thing, but through slightly, well, more than slightly, two different ways. There is a better way. That's how he shows all kinds of things. But, they'll say that's evil. He's working differently. He's partial. When all day long, all their doctrine is partial and wicked and evil. They'll call whatever true and good is partial. And just not accepting that we're not the creator too is a big problem. Let's say he's doing some kind of evil, just for the heck of it to say. Who on earth can talk back to him anyways? But he's not doing evil. His word teaches it over and over, but he proves it though. I know he's not doing any evil with evil intentions and wicked heart. It's not who he is, but just to sort of exaggerate it out. No one could speak back to him anyways. Shake our fist all we want. Can't stop dying, death. Man's trying to, he wants to be immortal in this condition. He's never going to be allowed to find it. That's monstrous. The Father is ever present. He's never going to allow someone to find immortality in this condition. It's nonsense. They're not seeing his power and who he is. I mean, all he has to do is say, not allowed, and it's not allowed. It's over. Trying to find out 10,000 different ways to do it is a waste of time. Yeah, that would be a nightmare. Oh, it would truly better to be dead 10,000 times over than to be stuck with people that are all immortal with this condition, doing this kind of evil all day long. It truly would be a torment hole for all eternity, but thank goodness that's not the truth. On the contrary, the opposite is the truth. No more death. He will prove to all creation, as I'm seeing this thing, over a long period of time, that they couldn't do it, that his way was the only way. They'll agree to it. And he proved that they couldn't do it. It will be proved. It's already proven to me to see now, but for the blind, nothing is proved right now, but he'll prove it to everyone that they couldn't They couldn't even bring peace on earth. They couldn't even stop killing each other. His way or the wide way. His way is the only way. The only good way, the only right way. I don't I don't know what's more amazing than just appearing and then it's proof of the miracles. This should never happen where people are sent and attacking you like crazy just for existing, not even doing anything so often, not even saying anything so often. It's utter proof. The devil's sending out a flood to the woman, to his people, Israel, but the earth helps it and swallows the flood, you know. He's trying to destroy them constantly. But through this is how he gets the testing done. So it's evil what they do, come and do evil and chase. It's evil. That is evil. But yet it accomplishing something good in his people for the destruction of the flesh, to grow, to overcome sin. It's sad because I've tried to say words, I've tried to convince people, family. The words won't cut it. They won't believe anything that's actually real. Haven't, they just can't do it. And I'm trying to warn them, but I'm like thinking, yeah, that's not going to work. You're going to forget what I say a few minutes from now, tomorrow. You're going to forget it all. And it happens. They do. I'm like, well, warned them, but it didn't do anything. Admonish once or twice, I guess. Don't do it too much more. I failed at that. Just can't believe it. Can't believe the enmity. Can't believe how clever and tricky until we start seeing the disguise was, master of disguise, masquerading that everyone's doing that doesn't know him. They'll say things. They need to say something. Oh, it's been 20 minutes. I need to say some scripture to make sure I look good. Christian, whatever the image is. If there's light, there's nervousness, it needs to say things, quote some scripture. It's not doing any of that, the person, for righteous, true reasons or understanding. It's not, but they'll make it sound like it. It's like a little kid trying to make it sound like what they say is true, that they believe it and understand it, and they don't understand any of it or believe any of it. That's what was going on with the Pharisees. Messiah was exposing them utterly. It was all fake. It wasn't real. It's not any different now. It's all the devil and his way and darkness and controlling and using people to raise self up and gain from them until finally somebody showed up that's real, the Father in him, exposing all of that all along. No wonder they want to kill his people. Creeping in unnoticed just to destroy you. I mean, this is unbelievable. That's severe evil, severe delusion. Punishment so strong that some people are being sent out to creep in unnoticed, like a Judas, just so you can see it then and believe in him more and go, whoa, come I didn't see that? How come what we read isn't going on any differently, that the disciples didn't see it until later? Already experienced that. We're genuinely believing, thinking something found someone that actually believes in this world. And then decent amount of time passes by, and it wasn't. It was there to destroy you. I mean, it's shocking. someone goes through that much time and length and effort to destroy you, my goodness, what is this? Don't have anybody in this world. You're just the Father himself, the Messiah himself, and a few others out there that have him. That's a lot of hours, a lot of hundreds of hours in time just to control, try to put in prison and destroy. Extraordinarily prideful and somehow not catching it the way it should have been caught. You know, it's monstrous, it's sad. It's like a big joke out there. You know, Judas is real. He betrays Messiah and he creeps in unnoticed. And his end is a hardcore destruction. It's a real thing, man. Start talking about real things. It's like goodbye. Everybody runs away. Only because of like the amazing thing of whatever he's showing us. But they'll just say to protect their truth. You're extraordinarily insecure, you know. You're delusional. Nobody's attacking you. You know? It's amazing, man. It's amazing what they do to protect their traditions and their own ways in darkness through the enemy. So that stake, putting the stake, a heavy weight on the back makes, you know, it's starting to make some sense. Something like that. It's like heavy, and you got a burden to bear. Not exactly, you know, maybe that's why they're not smiling all the time, stupid world. 10,000 wolves, hungry, and there's a sheep in the middle with a stake on its back. And then the wolves go, why don't you smile more? You know, it's so stupid. And they do that with evil intentions too, out of cowardly fear. If the narrow way is not easy and you're not smiling and their way is destruction, I mean, that's some bad news for them, even though it's not really like that. It's good news, but still, it's looking for an easy way to smile and laugh all the time. I've seen that too. And smiling is actual proof that someone is like doing good. No, it's not. No, it's not. Scriptures teach that the wicked laugh a lot, smile and wink the eye a lot. That's why we read to weep and howl, mourn, turn your laughter into mourning. They're laughing because they're in destruction. Party time. The great cover too. So sick. The devil's nasty. Always knowing how to look good while doing the nasty opposite thing inside. Laughing, why? Because it's in destruction, trying to hide it. Because it's a pervert. Because it thinks everything that's childish is funny. You know, it somewhere deep inside, it's in rebellion and it knows it's smoking. It's from his judgment. Day and night in the presence of the Lamb, tormented. See that if we're not seeing the real spiritual things, that scripture, well, it means nothing for us right now. So we're looking, thinking about it. Yeah, I don't know. You don't think about it, blinded, or put it on some fiery pit in the future for all eternity to be tortured in. That's what we'll have to do, is believe a lie when we don't receive from him to know what it means right now. It's already true. Oh, but maybe the full thing about this will be true when they're actually in the presence of him. Be like the ultimate shaming. But it's already true, though. It's already true. The Gehenna fire is already true. Pull some out. the life that his people have already true. Same with the other side, punishment, darkness, destruction's already true. The life is already true. A down payment of things to come, well, so is the destruction, a down payment and proof of the final destruction to come. All kinds of ways to try to delete this. Maybe some do it by saying that the wicked aren't resurrected from the dead, or whatever, all kinds of ways to pervert the truth. Two years later, the specializer in the wicked not resurrecting, the unjust not resurrecting, is still teaching that. Can't change, it's over. It's a spiritual ditch, it's over until they repent. They must keep doing the same exact delusion it was hand-given, handcrafted for. That's why I don't see any change in these things. Come back later and it's exactly the same, nothing new. Same lies, same thing, trying to still make money, Shh, get away. Don't expose me, I'm in the middle of business, How can't people see this in this world unless it's blind? All these big time ministers, so many of them, man, make so much money and they get the fame and power. That's the exact opposite way of his way. That's the exact opposite of being hated for his name's sake, and not gaining worldly riches beyond measure, not too much, not too little. Even teaching that he wants you to be literally rich. Yeah, spiritually rich, carnal man. Trapped with the letters. Trapped for those that don't know and can't understand because they don't ask them. Yeah. They're spiritually poor, wretched, blind, miserable, naked. But the sheep out there, deceived by wretched and all these other things out there, it's calling your own channel wretched, saying you're of the truth, it's monstrous. Acting like a clown constantly, it's amazing. I can't believe my eyes. Acting like a stupid clown constantly about real things with real life and dead things and funerals and nonsense, Just saying some right words to try to sound right, and it puts itself in a space suit in space and is gone. What I've seen, what's scary is that they reveal themselves. Yes, they do. They literally make fun of themselves and say that they're a lying thief in a certain way, the way they do. I've just seen it again recently, but I can't watch any of that stuff very long. But the people won't believe it or see it if anybody were to say he's talking about himself. The Father makes them so stupid that they take pride in exposing themselves sometimes, the evil they do anyways. It's scary how dumb it is when it's judged, it becomes very dumb, stupid. Talking a certain way, like a clown, masquerading. They're not talking normal either. It's all like pre-planned and packaged. This is what I'm going to be. This is how I'm going to talk. This is what I'm going to do. Can't be real, that's for sure. Because a wolf has to be careful at all times. Can never be what he is. This is why I'm seeing this. Why he's showing me I'm seeing this thing, is because that's true. They have to be very careful to not look like a wolf. In their mind, not look like a wolf. And the Father even tricks them carnally so often here and there, where what they think is actually stupid, and they just revealed themselves as a wolf, but they thought they weren't doing that. Even that happens sometimes. Spiritually, all the time. Spiritually, all the time, trying to make sure if a wolf is a wolf, it needs to put on that sheepskin and talk and speak and act and hold back all its wrath when it's exposed. It needs to do the best it can. That's some serious slavery. This world in such hardcore bondage, like we read, which the kingdom will get the whole world out of the bondage of corruption, the sons of Elohim, into the bondage, out of the bondage, into the sons of liberty, But this bondage is hardcore now. It doesn't matter what word someone says, all you have to do is have Messiah in you, and you're just being as you are, walking in the Spirit. That's already not lying, and people will perceive it and they can't believe it. They just perceive that you're not hiding and trying to be. You just are as you are. I am what I am, like we read. And they will not believe it. It's not even about the words. There's something perceiving that you don't got sheepskin like us. It's so crazy. I can't believe this reality. So they'll hate it, stare at you like food. At least that's what's been going on over here all the time. Trying to figure out what's going on with this thing. It doesn't understand or know, so it wants to kill what it doesn't know. It's a fearful, wicked coward, so it's just going to kill what it doesn't understand. Plus, it's hungry. Sometimes I can't believe I'm saying what I'm saying, I can't believe it, that it's this bad. About all people that don't have the Father. I mean, they're stuck, tormented. And maybe someone needs to start seeing this more, so Father will show them as he sees fit. He'll show them. He'll show his people. A little here, a little there. Start perceiving why people are doing things, for what reason and intention, what their cover is. Try to imagine being in the exact same slavery right now, and I just can't imagine it. Can't imagine it anymore. It's like hard. How do I try to do that now? Like forgetting the former times, I guess. Knowing that it could have been, I could have been, and anybody else could have been that so easily. Just could have been the exact same forever, like not a believer in this life, just by his mercy. And if this mercy is real like this, someone would be thankful and in amazement. But if they chose the creator, that wouldn't even exist, because of this reality. It's like, wow, what is this? Thank you. I know I didn't do anything good or deserve anything. They'll say words like this in the church world, but it's not out of what we're seeing that he's giving. Their doctrine proves that's not true. They're the ones saving. They're the ones that have to choose to believe in him, and then they'll act like they're the real thing, saying words that they're the ones real thankful for being saved, and they're still in destruction. Needing to be saved continually, needing to eat from the tree of life continually. That is necessary. If anyone's going to overcome, they would have to have continually eaten from the tree of life, or abided in the vine continually. Can't break that. All right, I think I got to go. Wow, 4 hours. What is this? thought it was maybe an hour. I haven't looked at the phone. All right, maybe just a few hours of sleep then. It's kind of funny because it's like I don't do something when he tells me. It's making me not sleep so good lately. Not fun. So be it. It's like torment not to do what he says. Whatever it is, starts becoming torment. The opposite thing. We're in darkness, tormented by him himself, tormented by seeing any good or even anything that's light or true and good. Torment to do evil, torment to murder someone in the heart. Torment can't go to sleep until you repent. The, the unjust can't go to sleep until they do evil, like I read. Two opposite things. But if real evil was only literal murder, his word would be wrong all the time about all kinds of everyone, almost all the time. But the murder and secret evil is in the heart. He's not wrong. Someone that's tormented day and night must do evil so they can go to sleep, constantly doing evil. All of a sudden, to not really murder someone in the heart, it becomes a lot of work, but it looks like a guy just sitting there doing nothing. It could look like that so often. And there's all kinds of tribulation inside to obey the Creator because he's chastising the heart, beneath the heart. It might look like something too, but so often it's not going to physically look like something that so many times. The war is inside, spiritual war. The lust, the everything. War's inside, man. It's when people see you overcoming real lust, the spiritual things, they'll perceive something. That's when they start attacking. I suppose the Father made it to be that even the blind can still perceive something. They see some kind of light, see some kind of whatever, but it's not clear to them. They just don't like it though. They don't know what it is. Because it is the truth that anyone without the Father is not overcoming sin and death. So all their buddies and everyone else is lusting and doing what they are in their heart, and everyone already agrees with it. They don't have to say anything. If someone else comes by and is near and is overcoming things and not doing as they are, they'll know something. They'll see the light shine. Let your light so shine before men. That's why we read that. And so the picture proves what he's showing me too, is so often you don't have to say or do anything physically for that to be seen. So a light bulb just passes by. It doesn't have to, you could just sit there and not say anything, right? And you could see it. It makes sense. The natural picture. That's what it looks like. So they'll see it. They just don't know what the heck it is. It's like the Pharisees. He was the light of the world. As long as he was in the world, he's the light of the world because of the Father in him. But none of the others were. So everyone hates him. That's not a light. All right, I better go. Peace, take care, seek truth from above.